The Out There channel, Robert and Paul.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Hello, back for another session and updates and open lines. Apparently the people that wanted to come on and talk are not replying to me, so again I'll probably end up being by myself, but I need to set it up first. So we kicked it off now. I just wait for a few people to drop by, if there's going to be any, and see how we go. First of all, I need to type up what episode it is. Open lines and updates. That'll do. Yeah, so a wee bit late starting. Blue Chicken, how's it going? So, let's see if that works. Where's my thing gone? Okay. Oh, yep. Number 5 already. I'm here to say hello. That sounds like a Beatles song. Hello. Why do you say goodbye when I say hello? That's generally what ufologies are like. So many people with the crazy ideas out there. They get all upset. It's not the black and white, it's in between. A chicken song, is it? So I need to type out also my donation link. It never gets used, but you never know. And if anyone wants to join me, let's see if we can set that up. I'd have to move him down a bit though, probably. Free for all. Haven't tried it for a while, so I don't know if it's still working. Things go wrong, they update software if you haven't used it for a while and you go back and use it and it's not working. Well, it looks like it's gone in and showing the desktop there. And now we need to put up the phone number on the screen. With the control panel here. This for those that want to use the dial-in system in America. There we go. And there's a web version, which I'll post it into the side chat and pin it. Which is my special room I've set up, where if you just click on it and give your browser, the Chrome or Brave or Firefox, the latest versions, it should work okay. So just go into there and you should be able to talk to me pretty much straight away. Note I can actually ban you as well. So now I've pinned that, and you also got the phone in number if you want to do it that way. Hopefully that number hasn't changed. I haven't tried it. Let's see, I think it tells us on the screen here somewhere. So this is what everybody else is seeing. They used to have an information thing down here. Here to say hello. No, it's not that quite easy. Some uses some free computer system that connects their server to the phone system. I'm not too sure where this is rated actually. Why is it not clearing? It should be off the screen. But it's gone sort of crazy, isn't it? Let's see. That should get rid of that. I'm not. Infinity and beyond. That's not good. How do I get that one? So here is the information thing where they moved it to. Information about the dial-up numbers. Maybe they've changed it since. But yeah, look, this is what we're doing it. Invite people. Here we go. They've improved that. Is that the same number? 5264. Hang on, looks like they've changed it. They've added rat bags. Oh dear. Why have they done that to me? Pin number. Not even. Oh yeah, the pin number is the same. Oh, hang on. No, it looks like they've changed it. More numbers. Maybe there's another number. Let's see, can I read it? What we're looking for is 6 something, wasn't it? I can't see it. The rat bags. Looks like I might have to edit that after the show. I think it might be a graphic I got up there, so I don't think it's an easy change. I'll just copy it, see what happens. So much for that. You weren't expecting to change phone numbers on you. Okay. Let's see how it pastes. There we go, there's the phone number. If you want to give it a try, you can come on voice or video, and you got an option of clicking across through your video, so you only come on voice if you want to, and it just goes to whatever you call yourself. So when you first start up, it asks you for a nickname. So yeah, this is why we check out these things, so they do change over time. Just means more work, updates. And like I said, people may not jump on, but we'll see who comes along. If you want to talk about fraud, channels, people that you once believed in and don't anymore, and why you're so upset with ufology, anything like that is good to go. This we don't really allow the F word because we want to keep it more social appearance. You know, even though we're adults, And we still watch it so that if the adults are watching and the kids walk in the room, they're not hearing a load of swearing, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there's no need for the F word and the C word in ufology. StreamYard, yeah, I'm using all free open source stuff here. Doesn't cost me a dime. Because I am a computer scientist, I look for ways I can code stuff into their stuff. Doing the highlighting. I really like a third screen though. 2 screens isn't enough really. Yeah, Bob Lazar is fraud, I'm afraid. He's been caught out more than he has been correct. 20% of his stuff is factual, and that sort of gives him sort of enough credibility to some, but not to us. The crucial bits he hasn't got any evidence of. And we know he did work as a low-grade technician for EG&G, was it? And he may have been contracted out to Area 51 to do some electrical work. And he may have been in the lunchroom, overheard stuff. So that is possible. But doesn't mean he was working there on the UFOs and stuff like that. Right. He was a attention seeker. He liked building rocket cars and lighting up big fireworks and flamethrowers out in the desert, right? He was a attention seeker. And he liked pranking John Lear because he was big into UFOs, right? So he took him out to the desert and saw the experiments they were doing out there with plasma lasers, which were making ball lightning pretty much. I think that would have been the early development of Foo Fighters. I think Germans were onto that sort of stuff and had worked out a way to control it. You know, the ball of plasma. So yeah, but we don't know what they got from World War II and paperclip. There's no evidence of his qualifications. You know, when I went to university, I photocopied my stuff, so I got photocopies as well as originals on the wall, and photographs of me and the gowns and with other people, and people will remember you from university as well, but no one can remember him. You know, so it's highly doubtful that he was involved, but he may have snuck in in the dark, you know, and those theatres get pretty dark when they're doing presentations. And you can slide in the back there, and no one will check you, see if you're enrolled. Pretty much our universities here. It's not like little small rooms until you get up to a certain level, where there's like 80, 20 people in the room. But you still could sneak in, and the lecturer probably would even question it, you know. You could say you're there to do an assessment if it's alright to sit at the back, you know. You could say he's from another faculty, right, to say that he's meant to be doing stat analysis on so-and-so in a class and for the board or whatever. You know, you could wing up any sort of excuse like that and get away with it. But if you want to come on and talk about it, just do so. The phone number is there if you're in USA. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free line. And if you've got a web tab that you can open up, or another web browser separate to the one you're watching on YouTube, you won't need it actually, because once you connect to me, you'll get the live stream feed, and it'll be like 30 minutes faster than what you get on YouTube. So if you connect into that corner and want to talk, you get the best, hopefully. depending on your connection. If you're on Wi-Fi or 4G, you may suffer dropouts. I'm on LAN connection here, able to do 17 megabytes per second upload, so I ain't got no problem there, and 120 download megabyte per second. I'm talking about megabytes, not megabits. So yeah, we got the maximum speed here of fiber. Unfortunately, we ain't got the maximum speed on CPU and RAM, of course, and that sort of limits us. So I just want to make a correction to my last live. I didn't make it really clear. I realised at the time. Can astronauts see stars in space? This has always been the question, right? So typical pictures like that where you don't see any stars with the cameras, right? From the space shuttles approaching, SpaceX approaching the International Space Station, they take photographs out the window. It does kind of look like something you'd see on Star Wars. It does look like CGI and all that sort of stuff. Maybe because of the blackness. Maybe it looks kind of artificial. But yeah, that's meant to be a real picture, I think. So it says it's seen from space, but it doesn't say it was photographed from SpaceX. So you don't see the stars because the camera's settings and the sensor is just not good enough. However, our eyes are so much advanced to cameras, even today's spec cameras. Our eyes are equivalent to a 537 megapixel camera, and the maximum we got now is 100 megapixels, so it's 1/5 of the way there of our eyes at the moment. And our eyes can adjust to a right range of light environments. So the dark sky, we can actually open our eyes and our brain can process long exposure better than cameras can, and we can start to see the stars. And same with astronauts in space. They can see the stars, but when they look through the cameras come out like this, which is kind of crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the sensors for you. The cameras will get better in the next few years, and they'll keep doubling in capacity and light sensitivity. And you got the Sony sensors now, sensors with 0.01 lumen. That might even get even lower. But that's good enough to see starlight now on these night vision cameras. They're calling it night vision, but it's really color night vision, where they sort of mix normal light in with infrared and sort of give you both perspective at the same time. It's quite interesting. So I'm waiting for one of those cameras to play around with soon with my Skywatch series, right? No, you can't. What? You can't believe anyone. You can believe people as long as you do background checks on what they said. If you can find enough people saying the same thing, generally the majority rules, right? But if you get that split down the middle, then it's not black and white. It's actually 50-50, and it's what we call the grey area. So the thing is, people always make excuses for Bob Lazar. They say, well, he was fed wrong information to test him out, which is a possibility, of course. But I don't believe so. I just think he's a liar. The reason is that he got caught breaking NDA, right? He was out in the desert and he knew he was going to go to prison. So the only way would be to go to a news channel and say there's a secret base, blah blah blah, and then he was untouchable then, because if he got arrested then it proves everything he was saying was correct, you see. So that was his plan, you see, to stay out of jail. So what's it say here? Apparently Neil Armstrong made a quote as well that he couldn't see stars, right? But the thing is, when I said you probably can't see stars either, what I meant is when the sun comes up and shines onto the International Space Station, it sort of illuminates some of the space and sort of makes the stars vanish to your eyesight. Yes, it's a bit like when we get the sun come round in the day, and you look up, you can't see the stars, right? You can't see the stars anymore. And even if it comes night time and you got a big city with too many lights, it's really hard to see the stars. So you have to go out of the town into the countryside, and then you start to see this mess of millions of stars in the sky called the Milky Way, and it's an amazing sight. So if you've never seen that, you should get out in the country and take some binoculars and cameras and actually take some snapshots of the sky. You probably got the camera's sensitivity now on smartphones with the new Sony sensors to probably take some decent photographs on cameras, phone cameras now. It's only going to get better. So what they're saying here about Neil Armstrong, on the face of it, this might seem like a silly question. Of course, we can see stars in space. We see more clearly from space than we do from Earth. So there you go, because we've got atmospherics that sort of makes planets wobble, makes those funny colours. It causes what we call interference patterns. Have you ever done physics at school where they do the double slit experiment where the light interferes with itself? It sounds kind of sexual, I know, but it creates these dark bands. This is what happens in the atmosphere as well, and also in our cameras. Our cameras can cause these artifacts as well, and that's why we get some really strange things on that people claim to be UFOs or critters or whatever. This is why space telescopes are so useful, and yet this question comes up again and again, not just from moon landing skeptics and fringe scientists promoters, but from everyday folks who are sure they learned somewhere that the stars can't be seen in space. Now he's showing you from a decent camera like a P1000 that can see better at night time than your smartphone of the same object. And you can see here what happens with the smartphone. It leaves the camera lens open longer, so more white light builds up on the image. As long as you don't move it, you don't get motion blur and all that sort of stuff added onto it as well. So that's basic phone camera that you get, unless you've got a high spec one that can now be a wee bit better than that. The origin of this misconception is usually traced back to an interview with the crew of Apollo 11, where it is claimed Neil Armstrong said he couldn't see stars in space. What the crew were actually discussing at the time was the inability to see stars on the daylight side of the moon. So when they're on here and the sun's shining down, just like in daytime on Earth, you can't see the stars anymore because overrides our eye senses, I guess, as well as, of course, out in space, I suppose the lights blend in with the normal sunlight. I'm not sure what you call that, but it probably has a name for it. No, Armstrong couldn't see stars, discussing to see stars on daylight side of the moon, which is not surprising given how bright the lunar surface is compared to what you get on Earth as well. It can be relative to the airless black of space. Even in space, the stars aren't overly bright, and our eyes can lose dark adaptation pretty quickly. So you get blinded. You know how you get car headlights that blind you at night time when you're driving. So what do we got here? This is a long exposure, is it? Image from International Space Station of stars and glowing layers of Earth's atmosphere. So I guess that was probably a longer exposure in that case. Still looks like CGI, I know. It does look like CGI. I guess maybe because our graphics are just so good now, But back in the 60s, when you looked at that compared to, that would have been colorized as well, probably, from the space flights, right? There would have been some color photographs. would looked a lot better back 60 years ago to what we can do on computers. You know, if you did something on a computer, it would look crap back then. But now the technology has improved. We can actually duplicate real life pretty well now, which is kind of interesting stuff if you're into computer science and want to generate your own 3D world. How to generate mountains and lakes, and you start using fractal maths, which is quite interesting. I used to muck around with that as I was a teen, or a kid, I should say, with the first 8-bit micro, which was no better than a calculator, but you plugged it into your TV and you got some characters on the screen like we are seeing now. Okay, so that's basically a quick article. I just wanted to recap on the star situation. Seems to come up time and time again, so it needed to be addressed, I think. So yes, our eyes can see out in space the stars in nighttime, and also we can't see it if it's in daytime up there, in the daytime light of the International Space Station. So GUFONS said a few things here which need to be addressed as well, so I'll just go over what he was saying and do the corrections.
Universes is our reality as we know it.
Okay, this kid here I came across years ago, and he claimed to have made a free energy device. Now he is clever, but I wouldn't say he was a genius. But the theory he's got here of the Mandela effect is exactly what I said years ago myself. And I'm not sure if he got this from me or he happens to manage to figure out the same sort of stuff I did at the time. Great minds always come up with the same theory of how possible the Mandela effect could work. Now, it's not just about bad memory. If you really look into the Mandela effect, it really covers a whole range of things. There was a guy that was on Uni Rock that talked about his experience where he felt out of place. He went a bit sleep one night and then woke up the next morning. It seemed like the same house. The people seemed a wee bit different and not as happy. And he was wondering if that was reality, or it's still a dream, but the people weren't quite the same. This is meant to be the same blood, same family, same friends. And then he discovered about the Mandela effect when he's searching online, see if anyone else had the same situation happen. It wasn't about seeing a brand name that he thought was spelt differently to what he grew up with. A lot of people keep thinking the Mandela effect is just on that, and it's not. So GUFON hasn't really studied what people are saying about it. It's a bigger topic than just saying that 3PO had a silver leg and you just don't remember it. Beam me up Scotty was never said, believe it or not, but I do remember saying it as a kid quite frequently myself. Beam me up Scotty when we were running around with laser guns pretending to be shooting at each other or whatever. So, Beam Me Up Scotty you'd think would be in one of the episodes, but apparently it's not. The closest thing was Scott beam us up, rather than beam us up Scotty. It was the other way around. People surmise that maybe some TV ad had changed the quote around to be able to use it without too much copyright, and used it on a proper brand, which I can't remember if that was the case or not. We had black and white TV back then, where we got programmed subliminally. It's possible. But again, like I said, the Mandela effect is a bigger thing than just bad memory. And it could be something to it, and this kid here is probably onto it, which is the same as my theory if you go and listen to what I said. So we'll just play a clip of it.
So therefore,
It's very low though.
Other universes, they're next to ours, and this actually relates to my theory of the Mandela effect and how the particle accelerator altered the weight of one electron.
Stop! Stop. Stop. Now, I thought I was playing a genius kid. He just
That kid's more genius than he is, anyway.
threw in the Mandela effect. Which isn't real. You know that, right? Please tell me you understand that the Mandela effect is nothing more than bad memory. Please tell me. The Mandela effect is subliminal things that are on cereal boxes and keychains and TV shows and advertisements. That's it. Oh, well, I thought it was Berenstein the Berenstein Bears, and it's Berenstein or whatever. I thought Fruit Loops was spelled the right way, and it's F-R-O-O-T. It's always been that way. The fact that this kid, now mind you, he's still a child.
Now, the kid said there's infinite multi-universes, which is incorrect. I'm not sure we can actually say it's infinite. We can say there's more than one, and we can't say if it goes on forever. But it's possible. The universe could be more crazy, or multi-universes could be more crazy than our human brains could believe in, right? So I made up this idea that explains everything, from seeing ghosts to aliens, because they seem to pop in through portals. They can move through our matter, and the only way to do that would be to be using some fourth dimension portal that allows you to pass through solid matter into our reality. Why they want to do that is another thing, but I believe that sometimes you see ghosts, and it might be that it's sort of like a membrane. It sort of semi breaks through, and you see these people walking around in front of you, and then they disappear. Might be that membrane was there for a second and vanished again, closed up. And you're saying, hey, dead person, and that person's walking around and turns around, sees you, and says, what the F, and sees you as a ghost, you know. So it might be like two different worlds, two planet Earths, slightly different timelines, one's in the future, one's in the past, that sort of thing. And there might be multiple of these things, might be hundreds of them. There might be an Earth that's a million years in the future, which is where alien greys come from, and that sort of thing. So the multi-universe actually fits in quite nicely. And when people say, oh, they're time travelers and we're actually the greys from the future, it could be that this multi-universe is a million years in the future, and that's what we turn into, maybe because the sun dies off and some of us stay on the planet and evolve with big black eyes or whatever to live in the dark. Be like that Pitch Black movie, the sci-fi, where you grow other senses and stuff. There's an interesting theory, but again, the Mandela effect could be the same way. Like each of the planet Earths has the same DNA, or some of it has the same DNA, and has your DNA, double gangers, right? So what could happen is, while you're sleeping, you can be swapped out from our reality into that new universe, and that person swaps back into your one. So they wake up thinking they're in the right place, and the people around them, but they're actually slightly different. So it could be a possibility. We can't rule it out. But GUFONS seems to know better, of course. But I'm just pointing it out that kid had the right idea. And whether he got it from me, I don't know. Let's see, where was the start of it? We'll just play it again.
What an amazing episode. What an amazing show. All right, this kid, I didn't play it yet. So this kid's Max Laughlin. And he was talking how CERN may have moved the universe into another parallel.
Okay, so CERN wouldn't have enough energy to even do that. More energy is produced by the solar winds hitting the Earth every second, every minute of the day. And then there is in their final experiments. So to create black hole was just crazy thinking. So CERN has nothing to do with opening portals. It's not the right physics. We're still trying to work around by smashing things together to see how the particles break up, to try and work out if there's other particles there. But if you can imagine, an atom is actually all energy, and all the particles in it are energy, dense energy, from neutrons to positrons, electrons and all that. They're all dense energy at different sizes and fractal patterns. They maintain their structure of fractal patterns. And if you can imagine, they're absorbing what I said is dark energy to maintain those particles. It's like a subset of energy. And so it's always absorbing energy to maintain itself. So the atoms in our body are always absorbing energy from the universe. So we're part of the universe even now. Even though our atoms come from exploding stars, they claim, from fusion, which we can't prove yet. But the theory is there in the science. And of course, they're trying to prove the Big Bang all the time. So Tesla said this, that there's this energy field that he called the ether. That's like a dimension that we don't see, that feeds energy into atoms. That's what Tesla said. Now, I don't see why he's been sort of excluded and laughed at, because people don't understand what the guy was doing. But I do. I've been looking into it and said, well, there we go. He's saying exactly the same thing as all these modern day scientists, yet they outcast what he's got to say. And they should be following what he's got to say, because he got some experiments to work. And as you know, a lot of science is discovered by mistakes, by doing experiments for one thing and you discover another thing. So yeah. So here he is. So he's going to talk about the theory.
Universe. And I'm going to play this. It's pretty interesting. I almost forgot. This would be a good way to end the show tonight. We'll go out. We got 10 minutes.
So if
or 10 after. Because, you know, we go until 11 after. I think Michael, we'll go through this quick. I think Dark Hour has a episode coming up.
And there's an infinite number of these realities. And in each reality, as every electron spins an animator of an animator to an animator to an animator around a nuclei of an atom, we're catapulted into, an infinite number of alternate universes. Just imagine this is the start of the universe. This is our original timeline, right? But as soon as this starts, we are infinitely catapulted into an infinite number.
See, his theory there is slightly different than mine. He's saying as they're firing up CERN, they're gradually changing our reality, and we're moving into another time zone where things were different. How things were spelt and all that stuff. So, yeah, he's not quite right, but he's on the right track.
Parallel universes.
What?
And somewhere infinity down the line, here's our universe, right? And then we're constantly shifting into alternate universes.
Now, his free energy thing as well basically was a crystal radio. You know how crystal radios work? You transmit from far away on an antenna energy, electromagnetic wave, and then the crystal radio absorbs, an actual crystal absorbs the energy that's in the atmosphere, creates an oscillation, a resonance, and then you convert that back into a sine wave and speaker, and you can hear the person talking. So basically what he invented, claiming to be free energy, was just a crystal radio which was pulling energy from nearby radio stations and TV stations before they went digital, I suppose. Digital probably has not the right frequency for it to work, but I'm not too sure on that, but I'm just guessing. But anyway, I just wanted to bring up that one and move on to the next one. The other corrections.
Those fire orb, that one fire orb from the airplane looking over the clouds at 25,000 feet. and that orb was in the clouds. We can't deny this stuff. You just can't. I can't
Okay, so
sit here.
he's making reference to this one coming up. I don't think there was any more on that one we needed. Here's the video, hopefully.
To pull out the camera and film whatever this is, I'm not seeing any rocket thrust or the smoke trail behind it. I'm just seeing this bright, glowing.
I did cover this one before. It's like a small plane. The flying Cessna, is it? Something like that. And they're flying above the cloud cover there in Florida, I think it is. And they see this happening. Obviously, the conclusion there is it's one of the SpaceX launches, right? When they're mucking around with Starship 1 and doing those various experiments. Why would they be doing that when the plane up in the sky? Well, obviously, it's a fair distance away, right? And of course, the radio control tower would tell them to keep a wide berth of it. So they're actually watching Atlas V launch here. But we'll listen to what these clowns have to say, because they obviously didn't do any research on it.
An orb, it looks like a mini sun, just pop out of the clouds and starts to go skyward and then just hover there. It just stops. Rockets don't do that, so I'm ruling that out. Could this be a drone? Have we ever seen a drone with this kind of luminosity that could light up the clouds this brightly? I've never seen anything like it. Could this be new technologies, Space Force, or something more otherworldly?
Well, it is
That's
new.
a big question.
It's Elon Musk, SpaceX experiments.
With you, Brent. That is the big question. I'm possibly thinking that it could be the Starship being developed by SpaceX, where he's sending up the Starship, then it comes down and does this horizontal flip and becomes an airborne vehicle to land and vertically land on the pad. Yeah. But I'm not aware of Elon Musk launching the Starship at night, and he hasn't done this in quite a while, so I'm going to have to rule out Starship. This is something spectacular, and I'm so glad we're sharing it with you. Good stuff.
Welcome. Fuel, rock for sure real, but what is it? Is it a rocket? You don't see the plume coming out the back end of the rocket like you normally would from...
It's clearly hovering.
The expulsion of fuel, rocket fuel.
So this one was debunked months ago by Scott, and I'm not sure if I can find it, but we'll have a look. Scott actually did the research on it and proved it was the Atlas V rocket. So let's see. Atlas. There we go. I can't see on time because the font's too small. UFO of interest. Did I get any typos? Okay, so this is what Atlas V looks like from the ground. As you know, you're seeing these contrails above the clouds. It may not be nighttime, but they launch it early in the morning before the sun's come up, before the winds start, right? And also in the evening, I guess. But mostly in early in the morning. Now, there you go. Here we go again. Some hoaxers are sharing this video as a bright light UFO filmed by commercial airline pilots. Nope, it was the Atlas V rocket by NASA. InSight mission launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base for Mars. So it wasn't Florida then. Mars on May the 5th. So you can actually look up the launch schedule by Googling rocket launches. And that's probably what he did. So yeah. That's what you have to do. So these ones will be all different rocket launches seen from different places. Atlas again. The UK had similar last night. Yeah, we know the sperm one. Australian one. Certainly has a different contrail to the regular rockets anyway. So where did he put that out? That information. See, this is where GUFON or all those other characters should know, because he puts it out before they start talking about it. Quite a lot of the times, and they just attack it and being a hoax or whatever. But sometimes he's wrong, but most of the time he's correct, and he normally has the facts to back it up, right? So you shouldn't ignore him. So this was posted October the 17th, right? And when did GUFON do his one? Not that long ago, right? Or third phase. February this year. And when was that one? October last year, so it's a year old, is it? Yeah, it's a year old. Oh no, not quite that much. 6 months old, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. But you can see, you should always check what everybody's saying and see if it makes sense. And then you don't have to guess what things are. If someone's already done the hard work for you, why go and do it yourself?
Yeah, this looks... It's interesting. I really don't know what it could be. I was thinking maybe it was a flare, but it's going up. It came up from the bottom, I think, and it's going upward. Hey, look, it could be a legitimate UFO.
But it's not.
I can't think... Unless it's the sun... and there's some sort of filter on the camera that's giving the illusion that it's nighttime, and all we're seeing is the isolation of the sunlight. I don't know what else it could be, right? Couldn't that be the sun rising?
See, he's just making all these guesses when you could just get
and
in Google
all it
and
is
search
is I don't know.
He could have gone on, you know, what I just did, a minute search on UFO interest to see if he had anything on it. Probably if you typed in the keyword rocket, it would have come up as well, probably. But, yeah.
All right, let's go on to this. These are cool. We'll do this one too. Sorry, I just wanted to talk on that one. Of course.
I know the world is watching, and you're joining us tonight from around the world. You want to see the UFO
Here,
videos?
I'll save some time.
We got more for you, so take a look at these.
Bitch. Love ring cam footage because it's just happening when it happens. Nobody's holding a camera. This is just happening in the sky.
Okay, this is time lapse, right? So any light in the skies can end up being a straight cylinder shape, right? And it looks like it's been sped up again. It looks like it's going fast past the camera.
And nobody planned this, but it's interesting because, you know, when we look at these...
So that's probably just a plane. Planes look like tic-tac from the distance. You don't see the wings. And at night time on these night vision cameras, they get overexposed. They end up being long, blobby cylinders. Probably the sunny colour night vision will probably see the plane. If you have high enough frame rate to see it as well.
I wonder if it's just compensating, like the light is compensating.
You probably, if you pause it,
I mean,
right
the camera
here,
is compensating.
You might be able to see it's made up of multiple blocks. 5 seconds exposure rate. You can see it's not a really solid surface on it. It's probably the wing lights they have on the plane. So let's see if I can get the mouse back. You can see it looks like it's made up of round circles, right? So that's because the sensor's open and this object's moving across the sensor, and the sensor then processes the image because it's not fast enough. if you had like 8,000 images a second, then it'd probably be able to catch a fly flying past, and you'd be able to see the wings moving. Because we can't see a fly wings with our eyes, right? It's the same with cameras. The camera tech, as we said, is way behind our eyes still, and it's got probably another 5-10 years to catch up, and then will overtake our eyes. And the memory will get bigger, faster, CPUs will get faster, and the sensors will get better, and use less power and all that sort of stuff, and be more sensitive to light, and so on.
Compensating for the light being very bright, and it's overflowing the object. It's flooding the whole thing, and I don't know.
So what he's talking about is being overexposed there. So that's because this shutter's still open while it's processing. If the light is very bright, it bleeds over into the neighbouring photocells and distorts the image, makes it look bigger. Affects the cells around it. Worst is CCD, it's called smearing. CMOS suffers from it less, but still has a problem of overexposure. But that's when you can process it and try to underexpose it with editors and algorithms and filters.
Real? No, they're definitely there. But what are they? You can see one in the background
Planes.
in the bottom left. Not this one.
Just planes.
But
okay, let's just move on a bit.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so George Adamski has been proven to be a model maker, and he didn't expect them to get hold of the negative and able to scan it with modern day scanners and get 4K or better information off it, and they could see that it had General Electric written under the bulbs, what do you call it, the gravity wave generators that was underneath the UFO, right? It had GE on them, and they determined that was a type of light bulb that General Electric made, and he didn't bother scraping off the logo, so he got caught out. Eventually they found that he was making models from GE stuff and old lampshades and stuff, you know. And this guy here obviously believes it hook and sinker. But that's just this thing, is that people like Billy Meyer can fool some people.
George was an early contactee, and people from all the world's kind of picked him out as a person that...
Okay, it's terrible audio, isn't it?
Right.
But you can see some of the pictures in the background there. Definitely look like models. It's Billy Meyer sort of thing. Hang it on fishing wire and whatnot.
Nobody was being ridiculed.
Right. There were no movies about him, really. And what?
Okay, so didn't really.
Vid 2000. And what we do is take the signal and just play it into a 27-inch color TV. And then
Unbelievable.
I put my camera, like pen.
Yeah. And of course, you get artifacts and all that sort of stuff that they claim to be UFOs. And the problem with optics, if you keep adding things onto optics and try and capture images on the phone, you've got things with lenses misaligned. It's quite easy to get internal lens reflections, where it makes an artificial object bounce off the glass lens because it's light. And people say it's a UFO and all that sort of stuff, and they just move it around on their hand, and it darts all over the place on the screen. And we see it like a UFO, like an orb or whatever. So you got to be careful of being conned like that. Anyway, on to the next one. I think we're finished there, haven't we? I don't think there's anything else we need to re-go over. But I just wanted to correct that plane one was a rocket launch. And get rid of the misinformation there. And next one.
I thought that we weren't able to see the Earth that close to it.
Okay, so I did a video on the SpaceX car, And indeed, there was some real pictures mixed in with CGI, and that's where the people started questioning the whole thing, right? We don't see the car heading off to Mars. That whole sequence was emanated. They don't have a rocket following it with a camera to see where it's going, right? But can we prove that the car is up in space? Yes, we can. There's people with a backyard telescope. Anyone can see it apparently, and here it is, the car moving off slowly to Mars. So all the details of where it was launched in orbit and all that, these amateurs, backyard people, can film it from their telescopes. See what this guy says a bit. Okay, get rid of the music, but it's probably copyrighted. So you don't see much, do you? But we see movement, we see things moving in distance. And you can do a path analysis, which is what he's done here, where he's overlaid it. But like long exposure, when you get long exposure, it's made up of all the multiple bits. And they plug it into the tracking software, all the information that was available. And they work out the orbits and all that, where they can then aim the camera. When was this done? Back to when it was launched. Whether you can see it now, I don't know. Maybe you can if you got a telescope out in space. So yeah, you just do a simple search. Can we prove that the Tesla car is out in space? And sure enough, that you'll find lots of links on it. Okay, it's just a bit of research. Now this guy obviously hasn't done any. So let's have a go back to him.
I thought it was hard to see the curvature of the Earth from this distance. I thought you had to be...
Now, we just, at the beginning of this show, we showed you a picture of the International Space Station taken from a SpaceX rocket, obviously. And we could see the Earth was like that big in the picture. So but you can see here, where they're taking a photograph, we'd expect it to be a lot smaller, because it's further out in orbit than the International Space Station, which will be way down here, spinning around just above the geostationary satellites, right? So it'll be swimming around here at twice the speed of the satellites. So they always look like they're going back this way. So is that CGI one, or is that the actual real one? So you have to be careful. I don't think that's a stitched together image of the weather pattern. So you get on Google Earth. Google Earth is sort of random. It's not real time. And you start to see these lines where the sort of one day got it from that side, and the other day they got it from that side, and the colour of it's changed, and it looks fake, right? It's stitched together. Just like the moon, where you get little bits missing and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, no wonder people think it's CGI, and they start mouthing off and effing off that if you think space is real and the world's not flat, then you're mental. I just had a guy attack me a few days ago about that. I said, well, if you shut up and started listening, you might be able to understand what's going on. And then he made a claim that he went to the ice wall. They talk about this ice wall that goes around the flat Earth. Yeah, well, did you climb over it? Did you get the drone up there, fly into space, and all that sort of stuff? No, of course he didn't. He may have been misled by someone. Someone may have set up a expedition to where there is an ice wall. They do have ice walls around these places, which are very high up. And it looks like what they're saying in the model, but it's not actually real. You can actually get over on top of it and keep on walking again. But anyway, just carry on.
Quite a bit of ways. Like if he was just in orbit, he won't be able to see the curvature of the Earth, because he would be like just right here at the tip. People don't understand, especially flat.
So again, he's doing fake news there. When there's a certain percentage above the Earth you have to be to see the curvature. What is the minimum height to see Earth's curvature? Now you got to have a certain wide angle lens. I think it's 30% or something. Is it curvature? I think we looked it up before. Something about 30%. What am I doing? Curve. Oh, here we go. Visual daytime observations show the minimum altitude at which curvature of the horizon can be detected at slightly below 35,000 feet. Provided that the field of view, here we go, field of view is what I was trying to think of, 60 degrees, not 30 degrees, sorry about that. So I must have got the 30 from somewhere else, and nearly cloud free, so you could just see it at 35,000 feet. So you're going to see it from space quite nicely, aren't you? So what GUFON's talking about is just obviously fake news. Now you probably could verify that by going over all the other sites and see if it's different places repeating the same information. 35,000 feet, 30,000 feet, and they talk about providing its field of view of 60 degrees. That means you could get a weather balloon and put a camera on. Make sure it's not got a fish eye lens on it, and then go and collect it later and play it back, and you'll see the curvature as it's going up and prove it to yourself. So yeah, you could probably find YouTube videos where people have done that, like from schools and stuff. But we're not going to go over flat Earth and versus the globe and all that nonsense. Just get over it, guys. It's real. And soon you'll be able to get space flights into space and see it's real for yourself.
Flat earthers, that 250 to 300 miles above the Earth is not that far, considering it's 25,000 miles. But they think, wow, look, see, it's oblate. Did you see that? Did you see it? The Earth, it's oblate. See how it's egg-shaped? See that?
Come on, guys, you have to agree that's fake news, right? You can see that the sun's shining on it and the angle going up this way. So you're going to have part of the planet where it's going to be in darkness. And so you're not seeing it on the camera because the camera can't detect it. You can see that the edge here is very sharp in detail, and here it gets really blurry and faded because there's not enough light. In fact, I don't know if we can actually play around with that special filter on this and actually see it directly. Was that the one? Let's have a look. Again, brightness doesn't seem to help much. Contrast, not helping much either, because the information's not there, you see. But this is where you need colour swap, which they don't have. This is where I come in. But you can see here, if we invert it, we can start to see kind of looks like a satellite down there, or part of the SpaceX that come off probably. And we can start to see that the cloud is actually dripping into the edge here, because it goes right around. But yeah, it's not helping us much, that add-on, but it's handy. If we did colour swap, we might be able to see the edge of the Earth. Maybe just try that actually. So we've lost our snapper, have we? Yeah, it seems to shrink away now. I hate this new format on the bar here. That's stupid. Let's see if we can see what's there. Still might not be enough changes in the blacks because it's very black in this space, according to the camera sensor anyway. There we go. Oh, I haven't got a folder open. Like I said, if you want to come on voice in the pin comment, if you click on that and say allow video and the microphone, you can come and talk to me in real time. It's open lines today. Anything you want to have a say about ufology and why you had your own sightings or anything like that, feel free to jump on. Let's see, I've got to open up that folder. We'll get there. We've got lots of windows open here on 2 screens. Okay. So we want to .net. Okay, let's see what we can see. I'll be surprised. There may not be enough black variations. It just proves the cameras just don't see much. Okay, let's swap the colors. Hue swap. Let's see what happens. That's darkness. Aha, look, we're getting more of the planet Earth showing up now. See that? It's gradually changing some of the blacks to more solid colours as we're going up here. See that? Then we go too far, of course. And there you go. There's the edge of space here. We're starting to get different colour pixels now on the edge, and it matches up with the other side now. So all this here we couldn't see before. The magic of using video analysis tools just to prove something. Okay. So let's just flick it back to what we got in the end, and you can see it's vastly different now. Solved, busted. What he's talking about is garbage.
No, not because the shadow. That is it. That's how the Earth looks.
Harry can say
is
this
it
being
because
a
of the timeline. I don't
being a honest, the best UFO information channel out there that he keeps claiming to be. It's just irresponsible.
think so. It's oblate. Right?
There's no stars, you see.
You're going to tell me the Earth actually comes out here, and I'm just not seeing it right? Well, the sun is over here, so yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is cut off.
See, he's Mr. Contradiction. He always contradicts himself. Starts off on this hidden, and then he sort of convinces himself, oh no, he must be wrong. Why don't you just do some research and basic tools, mate? Just like I did, a couple of minutes.
Looks like that's a pretty sharp line right there, but who knows?
So I've tried to educate this guy.
Alright, yeah. Then go back home. We get it.
Not sure if it's too loud now. It looks like up there complained about it. Yeah, I've got loud there pretty quick. Yes, there's something crazy there until someone joins us in the chat. I was hoping Omni, whatever his name is, 38, was going to be around. He wanted to come on and talk last time. Here I am. I've done 2 shows now where he could have come on, and he hasn't shown up. So, what can I do, guys? I try my best.
Remember this?
So he's got that too loud. That's the rockets coming down again. Quite clever. It's amazing how they can do fine adjustments in the rocket thrust.
What an accomplishment. How?
Yeah, I wonder how much computing power that needed to do that though, and sensors all running at the same time.
How is that even possible, those things stay up the way they do?
Okay.
That's fake,
now,
obviously.
Now you can tell this is fake compared to that first one, because there's no video of it going to Mars, right? But you can see the colours don't look quite right to that first image that you start with. Where people were saying it was CGI, you can see this is definitely CGI.
See, and that's right, it's going to Mars. So it should...
Now, I actually did a funny where we actually see it land in Mars. If you've not seen it, it's quite a funny ending on it. I'll post the link to the site so you can have a watch of it if you've never seen it before. I do these little funnies from time to time to take a piss out of SpaceX and Elon. SpaceX. We're meant to be going to Mars to find life, right? So I did this thing. What have I typed in wrong? Look at this fine little font on there. It's really annoying. Come on, double the size of the font for us, Google. We're having to do browser modifications. Here we go. Crashes into Mars. Now have a look at that one. It's hilarious. So I joined together the real footage with the CGI footage and add music. And you probably kill yourself laughing at the end. Anyway, I did that one and also did the other one. Where is it? This one here. SpaceX fakery hoax. So I was taking a mickey out of it being CGI. And you better have a look at that one too. Fake. It's only 3 minutes, that one. Yeah, so I don't think many people have watched it, have they? 291 views on that one. And that one got 400 3 years ago. Anyway, won't play it. Won't ruin it for you if you've not seen it. Okay, so whereabouts were we? 2 bits. This still were we?
Should have landed on Mars by now, right? Isn't that what he wanted? It was going to go to Mars, and when he got there, he was going to be able to...
It's quite a few miles away. So now he's trying to guess, but you probably could ask Google and probably work it out. How many miles away? I think it's meant to go in orbit around Mars, not crash into it. Away is Mars. Let's see what it comes up with. Not too many. You could drive there on the weekend, couldn't you? And of course lost the stream. I will check it out later. Alright, if you just right click on stuff and say open a new tab, that's how you stop doing that. I don't know why Google doesn't do that by default. It can open up a new chat tab any links that people post. They never expected to use chat and live streams like we use. Because they started banning even the stream owner from posting links in the side chat at one stage, and then allowed it again. It's quite ridiculous, really. And of course, you only allowed a certain length as well, when we should have unlimited length. Some of these URLs have a lot of variables added on the end sometimes and it doesn't quite fit. Yeah, but if you just go back into string, it doesn't really matter, you can just carry on from where you left off. So that's how many kilometers it is. It didn't actually say miles, millions. There's still quite a fair distance. It's going to be quite a few miles still. Does it say here? Yeah, it talks about kilometers. I think it's based on my location, what metric to use, even though I said miles. So let's just plug it in. 320 million kilometers to miles. Oh. Yeah, you're best to watch it after anyway, just bookmark it. 0.62 they reckon. That's the best we got for computers. It should just come from the screen. It should be intelligent enough to work it out. Yeah, so there's 0.6 there. So that means you have to multiply it by 0.60 and subtract that off. So what does that come to? About half, so it would be like 170 miles, a million miles away. Now let's see if we can do this different then. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's a million. Oh, here we go. 198 million miles. So I was slightly out. Rough guess though. So let's see. How many miles per hour would it be travelling at? And you can divide that number into it. How fast is SpaceX Tesla moving? Here we go. The maximum speed of the car relative to the sun will approximately be 120,000 kilometers per hour. Okay. Or 75,000 per hour. So we've got to divide that by 75,000 now, is it? How do we do that? 190. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 75. And that should tell us how many hours it's going to take to get there. 2,533 hours. What's that into years? 2, 3. So this is where you need to know some science and maths, guys. Just basic calculations. Some people probably can do this in their heads, but I'm not going to try because it'll wear me out too much. So how many? What was that I worked out there? Worked out how many hours it was, wasn't it? So 24 hours in a day. It's going to take 105 days, if that's correct, to get there. That can't be right, can it? What have I done wrong? I've done something wrong. That can't be right. What did I do wrong? How long ago was it since we launched it now? 3 years ago. It should have got there by now. It's that far away. So is it an orbit in that case? Maybe it's an orbit. unless we got the speed wrong. So that should be that divided by how many miles per hour it's moving. Per hour. So that should be the number of hours it's going to take to get there. 24. Yeah, it looks like the calculation is right. There's a number of days. Does that sound right to you guys? If I've done some calculation wrong here. I suppose the 75,000 could be wrong. What information we got, how it's travelling. Let's just check how fast is Tesla's space car moving to Mars. Ah, that's different. That's reduced it by 1/3, which means that would be now 300 days, but still it'll take a year to get there. That sounds more realistic, doesn't it? Take a year to get there. Where's the roaster? Estimate the car is 17 million miles from Mars now. So it's got there a fair distance, hasn't it? So when was that? That was posted last year. I mean, no, 2 years ago. So it should be there by now. It should be in orbit, I would have thought. Let's see, does that actually tell us any more? How fast is the Tesla roaster orbiting Earth? Okay, has travelled 150 billion miles. Whoa! At a speed of over 75 miles per hour, enough to travel the world's roads 67 times. The sound system still working. Starman will be listening to Space Oddity. Okay, it's still interesting stuff though, isn't it? Even though it's not about UFOs, but it's still about science, space, and relative distances and time. Hang on, I just have to adjust a bit. My back's very sore. It's pain's about 6 out of 10 at the moment. So, if you hear me strain in the voice, you know why. So yeah, so not too sure what to believe here. We got some figures here. So does it mean it's lost speed? I thought in space it would be a constant speed once it's there, unless it's got rockets on it. But I guess if micro dust hits it, would slowly slow it down, wouldn't it? So yeah, there's a lot of factors involved in space travel. I suppose there might be a program where people are tracking it on with graphics. I don't know if there's a link to it here. Someone's bound to have done something to show you where it is at the moment. Let's see what comes up. Where is Tesla car in space now? Let's see if we got some map for it. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Inverse. Where is roaster.com? Wikipedia. 2 years ago, yep. Track comic journey of roaster. Okay, let's have a look at that one. It's got some links here, but person wrote on the site, so maybe it's on that site here. Here we go. Where's Mars? It's pretty close. So it doesn't go around that orbit there, does it? Just keeps on going around in a circle. Unless it decays orbit. Okay, so that sort of gives us an idea now. I thought they would have the real-time update how far away it was. So maybe it's gonna... So it must have come from us... On what sort of angle? It must have gone out in a spiral, did it? Like that. Then it's onto that one there. Close approach. So obviously it's going to overtake Mars at one stage then, is it? Or is it always going to be slightly behind it? Looks like it's going to move slowly away from its orbit here, isn't it? It's going to move away. Then it's going to intersect here. I wonder if it could crash there. If it ever caught up. I suppose it's possible. Two places where it could crash with Mars, there and there. I suppose looks like it's got pop-ups. Well, I'll post a link to that if you want to have a look yourself anyway. We sort of got sidetracked on that one. But it's all good, it's all interesting. The Earth's escape velocity is around 17,000 miles per hour, so the escape velocity for Mars would be much less due to the gravitational pull. Yeah. But we want to know if it's in orbit around it, and we can see there, it looks like it's on an orbit outside Mars that goes round and round. Yeah. It was an interesting novel I read. Accelerating and then half the time decelerating. Yeah, well, if you went at the speed of light right, halfway you'd have to start to decelerate to slow back down. Yes, you'd overtake where you want to go. 170 days I got. I missed some zeros. Yeah, we're only doing rough estimates before as well. But it looks like it could be up to a year to get there. But it's probably more complex than that, as you saw the orbits and how it spirals out and around and all that sort of business. But anyway, let's see what he's got to say.
To drive it. Wasn't that the goal?
No one's going to drive it.
that was a real inspiring video, actually. If I would have played that all the way through, it would have been more emotional. But
yeah, just watch my one, and then you get a laugh at the end of it. And let's move on. See if there's some other stuff here we need to talk about. What do we got here? Okay, so we've seen these sort of things before, but we'll have a listen to what he's got to say about it. Then I'll add mine, what it really is.
Come on. Come on. That looks like a vagine almost, right? Does anybody remember the Ray Romano episode where his mother made the sculpture and it looked like a vagine? That's what that is. That's what it looks like.
Okay, so this is fairly old. I think it was put up a few months ago by Scott Brander again and Mick West, and they were looking for comparison images of it from planes, and the best they could come up with was ice crystals, some special atmospherics that can happen where the sun sort of shines off it and the crystals keep changing shape, of course. And maybe some camera optics involved in that as well, where the person zooms in and out and it changes how it looks. You can see it went from sort of like a ghosty figure into an angel figure.
And then when the guys came over to look at the artwork,
videos like
they go, I don't know, it seems a little familiar to me. Of course it does.
Like this over the past, but none in this kind of quality. I'm digging this footage due to the fact that...
Yeah, let's just get on a bit. Did we miss something here before? Let's have a look. Oh, this one here. I need to talk about that one too.
This is Soap Suds.
He's actually correct, almost. But we'll just keep watching it and I'll come back and tell you what it is.
Do you see how it's acting, though?
You know how you used to blow big bubbles in the backyard and it sort of looks like that, where you got a whole clump of them flying up? That's what he's saying. It's soap subs, but it's not. Just keep on going.
Do you see what it's doing? I recorded that similar type of thing and I called it the Jelly Man. Or remember the thing I showed you where it was looking like it was doing sign language? It was like doing this. It was opening and closing and doing stuff like this. That's what this is like.
I've never seen no shit like that.
Telling you, man. These things live in our atmosphere. I am almost convinced of it.
Okay,
almost.
So he started off saying it was soap studs and subs, and now he's saying it's a critter in the air. So this is what I mean about him. He starts off with almost the correct solution, and then he goes into this fantasy realm to attract subs to his channel. Disinformation, right? Do we have critters that live in the air that might be transparent? So I'm sure it's possible. And there might be jellyfish that sort of float up from the sea and go up an atmosphere, breed, and then come back down. Who knows? We're not seeing it, but we know there is some sort of jelly stuff that comes from meteorite hits. There's been meteorite hits where they've got frozen water and stuff in them, and the farmers find this sort of meteorite jelly on the grasses. So it kind of shows you where spermia could happen, right? Where a planet crashes into another planet through some reason, where you get two galaxies colliding together. Apparently ours is meant to collide with another one at some stage and start destroying each other. So if you get a broken planet that breaks up, like on Star Wars, and it shoots off bits into space, which become instantly frozen, could there be life living inside a meteorite? Sure, there could. And it gradually drifts through space. Eventually, we're moving through space all the time, remember? We're on the edge of the spiral arm. We're moving at 500,000 miles per hour. It doesn't feel like it, but we are. If we suddenly stopped, we would be all instantly thrown out into space. But we're moving at the same speed. So the speed is relative, as you know. Newton's theories and all that sort of stuff. Now, what this is? This is actually like soap foam, but instead of just using hot air and blow it upwards, they get some helium gas, that they use for party balloons, and they blow it up. And what they do is they can make it into different shapes. They have like these stencils. They carve out the three-dimensional shape of a dolphin, say, and let it float upwards, and it looks like a dolphin soap bubble floating through the air. So this is probably what this is. Someone in the neighborhood is probably having a bit of fun making these shaped characters and see them deform as they float away. And it's not actually a cloud.
That they're living in our atmosphere.
You can see it's a lot lower down. It's only
that was a cloud
only like
in the sky.
You see them sparkling lights in it.
And what the hell is happening?
So he goes from the correct answer to, I don't know what it is. This guy is just unbelievable.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. Is that I don't know what to believe.
See, there you go. He doesn't know.
I think it has to be something man-made, maybe? Like it came from like
He's frustrated.
it's suds. It's gotta be from a cleaners.
It's a fucking
Watch this.
Oh, no.
It's actually morphing.
But it is possible.
weird.
You know, cleaners, you know, from like a car wash, and you get all that big fluffy foam that floats up in the air. It's not that high up, so it could be. We can't rule it out, but it's more likely someone mucking around with a helium soap sub thing.
Now, we've seen a larger version of this, and I'll pull that up here right now. Let me get that other one pulled up. Do you remember the...
Now, I have shown you that before. I don't think he shows it here. We need to get a new tab. Let's see. Helium. I think they've got a special name for them. Helium. Oh. Where's the L gone to on this keyboard? I hate this keyboard. Helium. Foam animals. Let's see. It's probably got some different name to it. ANIMAL. Did I get it? No, I still didn't get it. There we go. Are they the templates? I don't know. Oh, they're balloons. Oh, here we go. This one here, little piggy. And it floats off. So we're looking at images here. That's probably foam clouds, they call them. Shaped like animals. And you can get all different sizes. So which one did it look like? It kind of looked like that one, or that one, or that one, a heart shape. You get all these different templates for it. So you can see what we mean. There it is, floating off. So it could have been a pig. Okay, it doesn't take too much to search this stuff up. And I'm just using Google, which you know is bad for censoring things. But if you use the right keywords and you use the option here of tools, and use size, time, and all that sort of stuff, you can get around some of their censoring. Yes, so you can go to videos. You probably find video of that one. And there we go, phone cloud. I wonder if we can play it safely. Fair use it. I'll just minimize it down again. There you go. That easy. Ooh, it's a UFO, it's a critter. Look how fast it goes up too. Dolphin. Oh. Hopefully that's not copyrighted music. Probably is, and I've probably been done already. I have to mute it out. It's pretty cool, isn't it? The kids would love that. We didn't have that. We weren't allowed to have helium tanks. Of course, we'd probably be breathing it in and talking like Mickey Mouse instead. That's a lot more fun. Now, some of them didn't form shape very nice though. I thought octopus, is it? Yeah. See, and of course, someone walking outside would look up and think, "What the hell is that? It's aliens." Okay. So obviously they're trying to sell it for AliExpress or somewhere like that. And as you can see, there's a lot more advertising for it. Can anything live and live in helium? I'm not sure what they mean by that. I suppose it's possible. You can have microbes living in little pockets, bubbles. But anyway, just get rid of that tab.
The shape-shifting UFO that came out about a month ago?
Oh, here we go, shape-shifting.
I'm going to pull it up, I'll show you.
Is that the heart-shaped UFO
stuff.
there or not? Not sure.
Where is it? Come on, third phase.
Heart-shaped phone.
I don't know, man.
UAP.
I thought it was... Oh, here it is. I found it. Look at...
Is that the same thing he's looking at now?
I don't, woman, Nordic, to get upset.
Yes, I think we're done with him.
With your friend, Lou Elizondo. Check this out. I can't believe this. Yep, it's real. He's working hard for you. Lou is working hard. Being on TV, going from...
whole universe that's been living on this planet right in front of your eyes this entire time, completely invisible, and we only discovered it in the last century.
Yeah, so again, we're talking about my multi-universe theory, where it can open up portals between, but he's saying it's overlapping ours completely, which is possible, but I would highly doubt it myself. I'd say maybe this is why hotspots happen, where you get portals open up more frequently, is where it might be touching one universe to the other, and that's where it creates a portal where they like to go to come in and out, sort of thing, like Skinwalker Ranch, so to speak. But anyway, Lou's now going down that road, and yeah, I wouldn't have come across me saying it 3 years ago, and when I started this channel 60 years ago, I wouldn't be saying that. I would be saying that they've been travelling through space for millions of years, and they finally found us. They've got livable ships where they grow food, and they stop at planets and replenish water if they need to. But there's no reason why you couldn't recycle water indefinitely as well. And of course the byproducts, nitrogen, comes from our wee, which plants love to eat and grow bigger. You know, they love nitrogen, and they love the CO2 we breathe out, which has got the carbon. But I suppose you still have to have some input into the system. Normally it's sun, so you'd have to generate some energy that plants can then grab that light energy to use it to break down chemicals, which we can generate from fusion power, hopefully, or fission power. So it's possible, even with our nuclear bombs, to make energy spaceships that could be livable forever, just drift through space, and might have generations where you just educate the next batch of children to take over from when you die, and just keep on the spaceship and mission to chart the universe. So there's nothing wrong with what Lou's saying here. It's just that we have no proof of it, unless he's seeing proof of it. He may have seen proof. He may see a video where the portal opens up and sees thousands of UFOs in the sky. But,
translation. There's a universe sharing our reality. We don't know it's here because we can't see it, because it's vibrating at a different frequency.
Not exactly. It would be... can't see it because it's at a different frequency. That's just garbage. It's got to be a level above in dimensions to not see it, right?
Ooh, hey, if you believe Lou knows something about something that has to do with UFOs, alien visitation,
I reckon he's probably seen a few videos that we'll probably never ever get to see, which probably are quite convincing that the universe is a lot more crazy than we can imagine it as with current science. And of course, he's a really lucky man. He's probably seen the answers, and the rest of us are trying to still seek those answers to prove our theories right, or whatever, you know. So maybe it'll happen one day, but I don't think so. I think they're going to keep it under wraps, because it'd scare the hell out of a lot of people, thinking that there's another universe and they can pop into our universe anytime they want to, do whatever they want to us, and then go away again. So I don't think it's ever going to be revealed.
or whatever. Well, you might think that's the best thing you've ever heard. I would think that is the best thing that I've ever heard Lou say. Next to when he was on Unidentified Season 1, Episode 4, in the last 6 minutes, when his higher-up told him that the aliens were demons.
So demons could be just a word, general word to use for entities from another dimension, right? To us, they want to do harm to us or whatever. They see us as a food source, maybe, you know. And maybe that's what Bigfoot's, as I said in my theory, that explains everything, that Bigfoot's could be opening a doorway from their Earth in another universe into ours to go hunting, because they haven't got the same amount of food on their planet, or they don't have deers, and they love eating deer, and they can only find it on planet Earth, and they can't reproduce them back on their planet because of something that's missing. Who knows? Sounds a bit like Predator, doesn't it?
We never heard that on mainstream media before, or even cable television. We see it and hear it on the internet and websites, things like that, and blogs, vlogs and stuff, but never have we heard that before by a government Pentagon insider.
Is that true? Didn't Bigelow say a similar thing? And he's part of the government, really, isn't he? Even though he's a private contractor. Who else? There's obviously been other scientists that's come out with that theory. That I think Jack Vallée came up with that theory, but he was talking about interdimensions rather than universes. So he was almost right. But anyway, just keep on going.
Tip.
How much of our own history do we really know? Well, we can go back 5,000 years pretty easily. 8,000 years, things start to get a little murky.
Now, I don't know if anyone's watched this documentary that Lee's put out called The Others. I haven't seen it. Obviously, this is a promo.
Right. And anything much beyond that, we really have no clue about. And the question...
So we only found out their history by digging the soil up and finding bones and trying to carbon date things and see how old it is. And we know there's a limitation to carbon dating because the carbon-14 that was in the atmosphere was always changing. Unless they keep a record of the amount in the atmosphere per year, there's no way they could be accurately recorded back a million years, right? We don't know how much C14 was in the atmosphere back a million years ago because no one was around to measure it. So there is problems with carbon dating.
Is, have we as a species been aware of this phenomenon?
But if we've been around for a million years, we should be able to keep on digging down until we find houses and cars and computers. It's not all going to dissolve away into soil. It's not going to turn into rock. Should be like even fossils that may look, how you get the shape of things. So where all that is, I don't know. Whether humans were alive when some dinosaurs were alive is also debatable because they have found some human carvings on dinosaur bones and some human relics in dig sites, but they think maybe the South Americans had planted it. Maybe to make money from it, which is always a possibility, isn't it? So humans are just not honest, so it sort of ruins what was really factual. People make hoaxes. Tyler Klotner made lots of UFO hoaxes, and people just don't believe it still. But it's true. It's all about making money, sensation of things. Third Phase of the Moon even did stuff where they were being attacked by someone after they were outed them for faking a balloon UFO. And you could see it was all staged by them to try and make themselves look more credible. It's just hilarious what kind of garbage is out there on the YouTube. And people still follow them today. I just don't make any sense of it. If you're really serious into UFO field, why are you watching comedy? Because that's what it is. They keep saying they bring you all the latest videos of UFOs, and they're just all garbage, right? And the good stuff we never really get to see. It's probably out there, it's under wraps, and a few people get to see it amongst themselves. We've come across that in my community, where I'm allowed to see stuff, but I'm not allowed to pass it on. So it is out there, but it's better than any Navy footage as well. So it's out there, but we never see it publicly, because once they reveal that they've got this video that proves it, then suddenly the government swoops in and they disappear.
But on much longer. Well,
I think so. Don't you think that our government knows?
So he's actually agreeing with Lou here anyway on that theory that we've been around longer, and maybe we got dropped off 10,000 or whatever years ago, or whatever. I don't know. That's all theory, unless Lou's seen something we haven't, which is possible. Or someone's doing a prank on him, which happens all the time.
Most of it, if not all of it, has been debunked. None of those videos.
So I'm not sure if there's anything else on this one that we really need to look at. How are we going for time anyway? It was meant to be for you guys to come on and talk about things, not just have me talk on. It's already coming up to 2 hours, would you believe? Let's close that down there. But it just shows you, just looking at little clips for a few minutes and talking about it, and then showing you how to look up stuff. Time just goes by. You know, people say, "Oh, I like Tyler because he's got 10-minute videos," but Tyler's not real. It's all make-believe stuff. and just to tell one UFO story, you can't tell it in 10 minutes. You know, you want to break down someone's eyewitness sighting and what MUFON has to do, collect radar data and all that. It takes more than 10 minutes to actually present even the findings, let alone all the footwork you had to do. Okay, what's this last one? Let's have a quick look.
AI, right?
Yeah, I think I went over this one with third phase, wasn't it? Turns out to be a high mask light. It's fairly obvious, really. You can see it's illuminating the pole that's going down to the ground. And you can see there's 6 light bulbs in it. And of course, it's being filmed portrait, so you lose half the quality.
Weird. I don't know. People are dubbing this real. I don't think it is. It looks real. You know, it does.
It does.
I don't know, man.
Because you saw the lens flare that was happening at the start there. But, yeah, even though it's still blue, it's not been... Now, if that was a real UFO, wouldn't you keep on walking towards it to try and improve the pixel ratio? Wouldn't you rotate it around film at landscape so you got more pixels being utilised, especially long ways? So when you film at portrait, you're actually reducing it down to 1/3 the quality, you know. And plus the rolling shutters go in the other direction as well when you rotate it that way. So up and down movement can corrupt the image quite easily. But if you do it landscape, it's more going to be left and right where you start getting corruption. But you're aiming at the sky, so you're more likely to get up and down movement, and then left to right. Anyway,
I just don't know. Oh, I see. This was the pole. It wasn't from the light.
Correct.
So it does look like a parking lot light. I hear you.
And there you go. You now can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, if you go to Scott's page, he's really debunked it months ago because it's come up already on other websites. So Scott's always first one to check out, see if he's managed that one. Search. High mask light. I don't know. Let's just try that one first. High mask. That's UFO interest. Is that still sounding alright out there, guys? Sometimes I pull the cable and it loses the mic. You probably wouldn't hear me at the moment then. UFO interest. UFO interest. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, that comes up the first one, isn't it? And it's already zoomed. And he's showing reflections from other high mass lights and other ones. So you can see a lot of these have bulbs on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's got 12 or more. And you can see they're pretty high. Which matches that video quite nicely. So the first one, that's the latest one. And when was that put out? 30th of January. What is it now that he's talking about this one? So if he did some research before his show, he should have a solution for you. Where's the date disappear to? Don't they have dates on it now? That's really bad not having a date on it. 22 hours ago. So it was this in the last 24 hours. Maybe they put the date after it gets longer. So let's see. And you can see the lens flare here. It wasn't stop playing. The lens flare all over the place. You can start to see the bulbs a bit better. Zoomed in more. That's the airplane. You can see the regular one flash at the back tail fin. Well, it actually could be wingtip like ones. The wingtip ones actually. Flies behind it, coming into land. It looks like it's an airport's car park, isn't it? Okay, looks like it's landing. Is it muted? No. I think he did a side-by-side comparison here somewhere. Do we open that one up? Here we go. He thinks it's something like that one, but that's not the exact one. But yeah, it's fairly obvious. I think anyway. GUFON, not obvious.
But I don't think it's a UFO, because if it was, this would have made COVID world news. I just don't think it's that.
That's because mainstream media are not as stupid. Unfortunately, it's pretty sad to say.
I'm telling you, I think you're right. I'm telling you, you told me. But look at how high it is here.
Yeah, high mass light.
I don't know. I'm saying it's CGI. I'm saying it's fake. Anybody?
No.
CGI?
No.
It's hard to tell, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I see Area 503 here. Me and Chewy want to say thank you for your courage and what you've done for my life this week. I want to thank you for that, because without you, I would have nothing to talk about.
Exactly. Let's just move on. Is there anything else we need to talk about here? We just talked about that one previously, didn't we? That one we've talked about.
It doesn't make sense that when we're born as a mammal.
So we've covered all of his donos. Disinformation. Hopefully everyone's a bit clearer now. That's watching my show at least. So yeah, I didn't really want to make it about him, but I thought I'd just add in updates to that since I talked about it last time, and do some corrections. What I said, sometimes what I think, I don't sort of say it correctly. And that was about seeing the stars in the sky and space with your own eyes. And forgot to mention that was during the daytime rather than nighttime in space. So yeah. So has anyone else put out anything meantime? If you want to come on the side chat now, do so. Coming up to 2 hours. the link to the chat room. All you do is click on it. You don't have to have an account, and it will take you straight in. And it'll make a whoops type sound, and I know you'll be coming in. And you can turn off your video if you want to. Put a bit of duct tape over it just to be sure you don't accidentally turn it on if you don't want your face known, and that's perfectly fine. If you want to talk about your own sightings you've had and how close they were, and you wish you had it on camera and all that sort of stuff, go ahead. We're here to listen. So we're sort of balanced people here. We don't debunk everything, and we just want to know the truth, but we've got to get rid of the disinformation and lies and fake information. So these are all the tools I've added since 6 years we're doing this, from looking up weather, looking up rocket launches, live sky view. Which was that one? All the stuff floating around in space, is it? Yeah, that's the one. So that's what's currently above us in New Zealand. So let's have a look. Third phase, they put out everything since we last looked. That we can have a look at now. There's bound to be, isn't there? Holy shoes, are these UFOs so beyond comprehensional? Crazy new UFO video, what just landed in Russia. Okay, so we've got a couple to go over by the looks of it, so we're about to look at those. What do we got here? Alright, I'll just minimise that. That looks a bit better. Side chat we've got going on, have we? Too many folks are attracted to accept what they have wishful thoughts over. Yeah, I wish I win lotto, but it never happens. David Wilcott's master of New Age pandering. Okay, so we've still got one person here. Watch it at least. Is that clear or not? Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. Do we start at the first one or that one? Well, let's have a look at this one. I've not seen it, so we're watching it together.
We have our emails, and people are submitting it to us on a daily.
I think that's lies. People do send them stuff in email, but they do also go out and try to. We got someone joining us, Len Firewood. Are you there? Did you allow microphone? Can you hear me? I think I can hear you in the background. Hello, hello. Oh. Can you hear me? Hello. It should just come in like Robert Farmer does, so it should just go. Are you on Wi-Fi?
Hello?
That could be it. Hello.
Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah, you connected.
I didn't realise I was actually live with you guys.
Yep, you're live with me now, so you're talking with me live as we're going. And YouTube
brilliant.
will be like 30 seconds to a minute behind us.
Ah, that's why I was confused, because I've seen something different on the screen.
So what you normally do when you connect to us on a chat, you normally mute the YouTube one and just have it running in a separate tab.
Right, so
or a separate browser. Normally two browsers makes it a bit easier. That way you can see what's going on. But you can see real time now in Jitsi, which is a peer-to-peer chat program. It's free, it's open source, and it costs nothing, which is really good.
Well, that's really good to know, because actually I should be up to speed with this, because I was an IT consultant before I retired, but obviously technology moves fast.
Yeah, so I take it you're in UK?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. I'm currently living in North Wales in the UK. So obviously a
Okay.
big time difference.
Okay.
But yeah, what I liked about your channel was the fact that because my main thing isn't ufology, although I've had some
Right.
deep interest in it in the past. I'm
Yeah.
more into, well, you probably know somebody called Jordan Sather. You may have heard
Yeah,
of
he
him,
works
Jordan
with.
Sather.
He's a bit of a fraud, man.
Well,
Unfortunately.
I think he's moved past that because I got to know him through the Q thing. You know, the what many regard as a conspiracy theory, and there's some justification for that. But you know, there were many people genuinely looking for what was really going on behind the scenes, because we kind of worked out that most of our Western leaders, at least in the West, were puppets of other interests. Let's put it that way. And that's where I first came, and I think he did. He took Q a bit too seriously and came up with some theories that were a bit out there, shall we say, out there channel. But the
Yeah, I'm
good
not
thing
too
about
sure on the
Jordan,
Q stuff. I didn't really follow it,
yeah,
but a lot of people did check into it and said that they're using
yeah,
some time a trick on time zones where they
yeah,
hear it, and but the timestamp on the server they're using is actually a couple of hours out, and so when they
yeah,
post this is going to happen, they look at the
yeah,
timestamp and it looks like they predicted it, and they haven't.
yeah,
So there was a few
yeah,
tricks like that the Q thing was using.
yeah,
Although
yeah,
a lot of it resonated with a lot of people, a lot of truth, right, about
yeah.
election fraud and all that sort of stuff, which we're not allowed to talk about because we
Well,
get
it
censored.
definitely is. I think I would describe it as a psyop. Now,
Yeah.
a lot of people will agree with me on that, but then there's another division of
Well,
opinion on it being
apparently
psyop.
there has been a leak of all that covered up footage that's coming out in a new movie
Yeah.
called 2000 Mules, Mules, and it's coming out from that.
Oh, Ron Watkins. Is that the Ron Watkins documentary? He's the guy who
I'm
actually
trying to think
wrote
what his name is.
the Q board.
Die something or other. Die.
Oh,
He's a Indian, half Indian
yeah.
male that lives in America. That's a lecturer, a university lecturer stuff,
Oh,
professor.
right, right,
He's been given all the footage from security cameras, and they've looked over it and
right.
saw what was going down with how they were fiddling the votes using the postal vote
Right.
system. So that's coming
Oh,
out.
God, yeah. Yeah,
There's a trailer on it at the moment.
yeah.
You
Oh,
can
yeah, there
find
was
it on my
definitely.
Discord. I think I've posted it there.
Yeah,
And also you can find it on Twitter. I think it might be there if it's not silently
yeah.
deleted, of course. And also on my Gab, which it should be always there.
Well,
But
the thing that brought me into your side of the ufology thing is that
yeah,
I noticed a similarity between the two camps. I was in the political camp, whereby I was looking for real information and what the fuck is really going on, blah blah blah, and then I noticed and I've witnessed this, and the Q thing especially brought this grifters in one word. It attracted so many grifters, whereas there are people like you in the ufology side. There are people like you in my side that are there purely for the truth. They don't
yeah.
want to. They're not there just to grow a channel and make loads of money, which
Mm-hmm.
should be very easy to do. That's why I said about David
Yeah,
Wilcox, because that guy is a master of feeding people just what they want to hear. And it'd be so easy to do that. But at the end of the day, you've got to sleep with yourself. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? You've got to become a
yeah.
very false individual. And now, the thing about Jordan is he has changed. Some people can change. And he's
I'm
done a
very
few
skeptical.
videos where he's actually admitted that he's kind of been wrong about many things in the past. And he's been naive about various things. So he's definitely moved on from where he was, say, about 3-4 years ago. Let's put it that way. But one good thing he's doing in my political community, shall we say, is that he's doing excellent work on exposing the grifters. And maybe he was a bit of one himself at some point. But
a lot of channels start off that way. They start off with the fraud stuff and building up the numbers, right, sucking in the people, and then they suddenly change to goody two shoes and be a truther slash debunker and expose all the crap out there. And that's sickly that's been happening. You know, people have been trying to mold themselves so they don't lose money completely and lose all their subs.
I think if you have an attitude where he said something today which really resonated with me, which is why I'm still listening to him. What he said basically is not to be too cynical. He said basically to have an open mind, but not to the point of naivety. And that resonates with me. I had in a discussion with a guy many years ago where he said the best attitude to have when it comes to new information is to neither accept nor reject new information.
That's why one of my hashtags is question everything. So even a conclusion cannot be the final conclusion. There could be another conclusion that describes the same scientific process.
And the passage of time can reveal new information that changes the picture entirely.
That's right.
So really, it's like probabilities, you know. You can, and that's what real science does. It looks at
and you got to repeat it. You got to have it repeatable as well.
And the more it's repeatable, and the more evidence, the more you can kind of have confidence in it. But you can never be entirely sure. Like even the speed of light. You know, when I was at school, nobody even think to question that it might have changed. But there are certain observations that a lot of questions get answered if you do make it slightly variable. So it's a very interesting thought. But that's what I liked about you in this side, because I always have had an interest in ufology, but I never got. I'll tell you what I got put off with. I had a long time away from it, and then I came back, and it was the likes of the David Wilcoxes that really put me off, and all these others who were just, to me, so transparently out-and-out grifters. And that all started in the 70s with a New Age movement where you get so-called educated people, highly educated people, indulging in magical thinking, where somebody would tell them something that they'd like to be true, and they won't even question it.
That's why I say. That's why I always say this is a theory of mine rather than proven fact. It's yet to be proven to see whether I'm right or not. You know. But it's a good sci-fi. Meantime, you know, it's a good. You know, it's interesting to think outside the box.
If you can see it for what you're doing. You can entertain it for what it is, but not actually believe in it.
Yeah, of course, a lot of people don't have these paranormal experiences like some of us do, and so they don't see it as being part of reality until something happens, you know. And once you see a UFO that's from a UFO floating over your house, right? And clearly, it's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be a lot of dot in the sky like a balloon or something. It's going to be over your house, right? You know it's now real, and no one else saw it because it's silent and it sipped off in a few seconds. But you saw it and you knew it was there. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to keep it to yourself. You're going to blab it out to everybody, saying, "I saw it. It was only there for 4 seconds," and lose your job over it or whatever. You know, people think you're nuts. Start to be disillusional, and you know that's what happens. You know, and. If someone manages,
too many people care about peer pressure, and peer pressure. Kids should be taught this at school. Peer pressure is your enemy as an individual.
Yeah,
you know, being an individual is being solid gold, and everything out there, you know, kids aren't given the right education. Everything out there wants to dilute you, You know, because you're easier to manipulate, you're easier to swindle if you manipulate. You know, if you dilute your character and your strength of being. You know, so peer pressure is one of those things that makes you dilute your faculties even, and that should be resisted at all times. And it's a big thing that, because I've seen it happen to my nephews where they were really kind of together, and now I've got one young nephew who's fallen for all this, this COVID stuff, you know, and he's wearing masks because he thinks they're going to stop him. You know, an 80 micron gap in the mask is going to stop a 1 micron virus particle.
Yeah, multiple layers might though. They talk about 3 layers masks now, but
well, that's the trouble. Is if you do that, what you then got to worry about is the effects of rebreathing your waste breathing products.
Your oxygen level drops down quite significantly, and your heat goes up because you're blowing out heat from your mouth as well, and it makes you hotter. The horrible things to wear, they really are.
I don't wear them. I'm 71.
We're forced to here in New Zealand. We're sort of like a test bed for 1984 at the moment. But I think people might rise up. Yeah, I think we might rise up soon and take over the country again, you know. This video is going to be censored. He's part of the activists. Actually, I've played along. I wear the mask. I've got the passport. I've got the vaccinations.
We're talking about an infection in Nibiru, another planet altogether. It's got nothing to do with this one, so we're okay.
Yeah. Well, I think the world's going to be changed from now on anyway, and this thing's not going to go away. It's just going to turn into another flu vaccination every year sort of thing.
Well, that's what
I think the lockdown will eventually go away unless there's a new variant that starts killing off people, and then they might bring back in the lockdown again.
The people behind all this have got a completely worked out plan of what they want to do.
Yeah, we're all sort of suspects still.
There's the rest of us. We don't have to obey their stupid plan.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. People not wearing masks or wearing masks. It's really their personal protection, not us. It doesn't matter if they're breathing on us. If we're wearing a mask, it should then stop it, shouldn't it? And if we're vaccinated, it should stop it if it really works.
Well, that's
but the problem is it doesn't. We know it doesn't because people still get infected. It's not going to stop infections.
The whole thing really was about creating a pretext to introduce what is called a vaccine passport. But
put it this way, my dad was very sceptical of all of it, and he's a lot older than I am. In his 80s, and he thinks there's a lot more going on than what we're being shown here, and it is a new for him to say new world order is a bit of a shock, you know, for him to come out with that terminology. He goes and watches everything on the web, and listens to all these PhDs and listens to the pros and cons, and he comes up with his own ideas, saying, there's something not right here, you know, especially with the Joe Rogan stuff that went down. You know, and if people are dying from the virus, why weren't they given the same medicines that Joe Rogan was? You know, in my country there shouldn't be any deaths because all the options should be tried, you know, even if it's even if they laugh at it because Trump used it or whatever, which is ridiculous, everybody should still try it, you know, because obviously it saved him. You know,
well, fortunately, that was like 2 years ago or whatever. But since then, we've discovered many other things. Chlorine dioxide will kill it.
Yeah.
But you know, you've got to know how to prepare it.
That's right. You've got a couple there.
The mainstream media will say, "Oh, you're drinking bleach," and it's like, no,
that's fake news, and that makes me really angry when I hear all that sort of stuff, and people believe in it, and they're not listening to the correct people, as far as I can, and the correct people get silenced and censored. You know, people that are not even pro-Trump were saying stuff like this, and they're being censored. You know, it wasn't all to do with Trump. You know, and there's a lot of there's a lot of lies about Trump, and I think there's a lot that's going to come out in the future. The leakers are going to come out left, right, and centre eventually, and say we've had enough of this, Mr. B. This is he shouldn't be in power. Even this is what I know. There's going to be people come out the woodwork.
But the UK is busily backtracking on all the COVID stuff. It looks like, I don't want to kind of tempt fate, but it looks like they've given up on COVID in quite a number of Western countries now. We've dropped all the mandates, the mask mandates, and the vaccine passport mandates. They're being dropped. But what we think they're going to do is they're going to move to another scam, and they've already got some going. You know, if the COVID one fails, they'll heat up the other one. And the other one that they're going to use is the climate change scam, where they're going to try and give everybody a carbon allocation. And that leads to the same thing. If they get a carbon allocation, it means they can control how much carbon you're supposed to use. And any over that, they can cut off your resources, including your own money, if they have a digitized currency system. Which
I think we got to look balanced at everything anyway, and you know, looking at climate change is not such a bad thing, but I think it's a lot of it is lies, and it's been cherry picked information, and the information is not correct as well. But I think there are some truthful bits in it, and as I keep saying, and you followed it, it's not black and white, but it's grey. It's somewhere in the middle, the truth. And we do know that if we control pollution, it's going to be a better thing for the planet itself as well. So that comes into climate change. So it's not all bad. And if we protect the forests and as species dying, it's not such a bad thing, you know. And the seas, of course, the seas are really vital.
We're dealing with honest dealers, honest dealing, where it's politicised. Like the Paris thing, for example, gets everybody around the table where all the First Nations pay billions and billions, and God knows where that actually goes to when you analyse it all. But the biggest polluter of all, China, gets completely let off because it's classed as a developing nation.
I understand what you're saying, but we can't really talk about this on YouTube. So you know, they could actually.
I want to kind of talk about the Bob Lazar thing, because that was one that really had me puzzled, because all I had to go on, really, because there was so little evidence that I saw, even from Lazar, he didn't bring that stuff to plonk on the table, you know, the element 115 or anything. He just talked about it. And all I had to go off was he seemed very sincere. But I saw some of your episodes about Bob Lazar, and you actually went behind everything that he was saying, even on the science of what he was saying. And I think you did an excellent job of debunking it. So I'm now I'm right where Stanton was, because Stanton Friedman saw through it as well. And now I know why.
Although Stanton Freeman was a wee bit egoistic about some stuff, like saying he wasn't a scientist. I think he can be a scientist without qualifications. So I didn't really agree with too much like that, because he obviously knew something, Bob, about science. Because he's running that thing. He's obviously mixing up chemicals to make stuff for his online store and stuff, you know. So he obviously knows something. And he was building rocket bikes, but he was exaggerating what he knew, you know, padding out his CV, so to speak. And you could say, well, he had no qualifications. How did he manage to get a job as a technician? Well, the guy saw him building these rocket bikes. He obviously saw him doing practical things, and he thought, well, he obviously knows how to do electronics there and circuits and all that sort of stuff. We can just hire him and see how he goes, right? And you know, he went from the magazine article that said he was a qualified scientist, blah blah blah, and he didn't do a background check. You know, that's quite simple why he would hire him if he missed doing that dog leg work of getting someone to do a background check. You normally have a personnel section for doing all that sort of stuff, don't you? So back in those days, maybe they were a wee bit more free going.
America's where they had a skunk works thing, for example.
Yeah, so 20% of Bob is correct, and that's where it all gets a wee bit confusing once you start mixing in with the other stuff, which is not correct. And this is a matter of him saving his ass, that's all. He didn't want to go to prison.
That accounts for why he hasn't overexploited it. Because really,
he's making money from it, even though he says he's not making money from it, but he is making money from it, right?
That documentary maker with him looks like a right thing to me for a start. I really did begin to wonder when I saw that guy, because that guy's an absolute. You can just tell he smells 100% grifter. Just the way he talks, he's like a a bloody.
Are you talking about Corbell? Yeah.
Corbell, yeah.
I never liked him. I saw some of his 5-minute docos that he was charging $5 for.
He was on Rogan, wasn't he? With him?
Yeah.
And on Rogan, he was just like, shut the F up.
Yeah. It was butting in just as when they're getting into the good part where you can see the body language, where you can see he's putting Bob Lazar under stress, and he butts in and ruins it all. And you think, damn, Joe had almost had Bob then. But unfortunately, Rogan actually believes Bob. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But
Rogan's not a scientist. I don't even think he's a nice guy, I think, basically. He's got an artist's brain, so he's a bit new agey that way. Not entirely, though. He's capable of learning new things, but he doesn't have that basic scientific method.
There's a couple of ways of looking at the Bob thing. You could look at him that the government were using him for disinformation, right?
Yeah,
which has been excellent in that case. Or he's a complete liar. And for what reason? To stay out of jail, which is the other option, which sounds very plausible. And also, what would be the first one? That maybe it's not black and white again. Maybe he did see some things, did overhear some things, and people were joking and pranking him that it was aliens, and he took that away with him. It may not have been like officially disinformation, but to prank him. So that's another third way of looking at it, and it sort of went too far. That sort of thing, you know.
And the S40 thing, by the way, that was in because I saw a documentary where they tried to find it, and there was just no where he claimed it was.
No, I actually did an episode on that, and I couldn't find it either.
I saw that,
Yeah. But there was, there was pareidolia of something said on the side. I can't remember what it said on the side of the mountain now. So I said, it kind of looks like a word there. But it might have been the bushes on the mountainside that all blurred out from the satellite view, right? And it just forms these letters, It's pareidolia. We see S, we see a H. Oh, right. Didn't it spell the word saucer on the side of the mouse? I think it said saucer.
Sure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I thought, look, are you seeing the same I am? Are you seeing the word saucer there and that where it's meant to be? So they could have had a letter over each of the entrances, So, I wasn't too sure where... but again, it's a joke that someone's put there and arranged plants so they grow into letters, and you see it from space as letters, which is possible. Or it's just pareidolia, and it's just the filter and all that just started producing artifacts where it looks like letters. So it's all sorts of possibilities there. But this is the thing in our field. We just don't know what disinformation is and what is truth. And there could be some truth in what Bob said, but certainly the science of it is definitely wrong. And that location didn't match what he said. He said it was on the lake bed, not high up in the mountain ranges, because it's fairly high up of the other S4 place.
Because the area where he said he was, there was just absolutely no trace of any earthworks or anything that would indicate they could have made an installation there.
Yeah.
And, it just looked like, I started getting very suspicious from then on. But what do you think about, was talking about the UFO community? What impressed me in more recent years, when I say recent, I mean in the last 20 years, was the emergence of all these actual, mainly Air Force, but other personnel, military personnel, many of them from nuclear missile sites and silos that had witnessed UFOs at close range, and apparently, according to witness testimony, actually interacting with the operation of these bases. And you see, to me, that is real gold information, because you've got credible witnesses, the best, that I've heard of so far. Because these people, if you're working on if you've got your finger on the button, that person is going to be pretty well screened for mental stability. So these witnesses have a lot of credibility. And then you get somebody in like, what's he called? Dr. Norton. What's he called? Greer. Greer comes in.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's going to dilute it. And then all the grifters come in, and then we've got these secret super soldiers or wherever they are. And off-world, this, that, and the other. One of them was going on about he was a pilot of a 4-kilometer long starship.
Well, if you're a government, right, and you had these people that you sort of protect, you see them as disinformation agents, but you don't pay them. Tyler Clockner, security, Blake Cousins, and you just watch them and love all the disinformation they're putting out there, because it covers up all your black ops operations. You're not going to interfere with their channel, and if someone does, they try to get that person taken down, aka me, instead, and they have people working inside Google that actually control that. So those people are pretty safe as disinformation agents. GUFONS and all that are going to be safe regardless. Who are all these people donated to him? I don't know. It could be any of these big tubers could just pay a whole handful of people $1,000 and just say, just go on there every day and donate $10 to him or whatever to make it look good. So that could all be fake as well. All the donations that he's getting. Security could be all fake too.
Always.
Well, that's a good way to pay them too. If you're a government and you want to support these channels in a covert way, you give a load of money out to these people, say, oh, I want to hire you to watch this channel, make comments and donate, and you get a salary out of it, and here's money that we want you to give to him as donations, and that way it funds that channel. Wouldn't you do that as a government, that you wanted disinformation channels out there? So that's why they got millions of dollars, Blake Cousins, out of it all. And so is Tyler Clockner, who claims he's broke and all that all the time, but he's living the life,
Thinking back, while you're mentioning this, wasn't it in Project Blue Book at one stage where I'm sure, I remember reading this, it was quite a long time ago. But,
Project Blue Book?
I think it was the CIA, where the CIA said, actually, we should keep this going. I'm paraphrasing. But the basic thing was, we shouldn't try and completely squash the UFO thing, because it's excellent cover for their secret projects.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and I think that right there speaks volumes, really. About
that's what I'm saying. I think these might not be individuals; they might actually be hired by the government to, troll these channels and support them because they want them around. They want them to have enough money to.
But when you think about
make it fun for them,
because of the prevalence of the New Age thought process, I think the New Age thing probably arose out of the humanities, the spread in the humanities, and away from real critical thinking towards more politically based propaganda. And that this comes in with the waves of various forms of feminism and so on, where there was a postmodernism, especially, where everything's relative, man, and all that crap. So, because we've got that, they almost don't need to poison the wells, because there's so many people willing to do it for free. Because, they just get up there. There's a really gullible audience, and opportunists abound. You know, so it's like, well, if I tell this lot just what they want to hear, I'm going to make a lot of money, and they do.
Yep. David Icke is one of them as well.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he's even learned to drop the reptile bit.
Okay, he reckons I'm breathing heavy in the mic. I'll move it away a wee bit so you don't pick it up. How's that? Is that better?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
You can't hear me breathing now? Unfortunately, my nose is blocked up again. I did take nasal drops. Are
you on other medication?
Yeah, I got all sorts of health problems at the moment. So yeah, it doesn't stop me doing a live show though, because I like doing this stuff, you know. Even though I don't make any money from it.
Have you tried something called NAC, N-acetylcysteine? I think it's a supplement in Australia. It is in the UK as well. In America, the FDA have spoiled it and made it a prescription thing.
I don't know if it's like polyps in my nose that are somehow.
They use it in cancer treatments as well, or you know, if you've had chemotherapy.
I think it's just
well.
my nasal passages are really thin, and I think just a wee bit of bogies and stuff that slowly builds up through allergies or whatever.
I'm actually taking NAC. I'm taking NAC, DMG, and then I'm taking the winter anti-flu winter supplements like vitamin D3.
You have to be careful what they take because I'm on anti-immune pills at the moment. Which basically, if you mix it with other medicines, destroys your kidneys and you end up dead. But
well, if you're looking at NAC, just look at a site that gives you the counter indication to wherever it is. Some will tell you what are the drugs it's compatible with and what it isn't. So if you look at a proper pharma site for NAC, it'll tell you if you'd be at risk taking it or not. But I take it every day, and it keeps me. It's kept me in really good health the last 2 years. I've not had the jab. I've not worn masks. I've not taken all the precautions. I have had a stroke in the past, and I've had diabetes type 2, and I've not had a sniffle in 2 years. No jab, nothing, no other treatments, no pharmaceutical meds, all over the counter stuff.
Yeah, but was your sniffles or just nose blocking up? So you can't breathe through the nose, because that's what I suffer from. As soon as I lay down at night time, my nose will block up, and so I have to turn on one side, and then one nostril unblocks and the other one opens up. And you know, when I fall asleep, then I'll probably move again, and then the other nostril blocks up, and both of them blocked up, and I end up having to breathe through my mouth and all that sort of stuff.
Well, it's horrible business used for various bronchial problems, so it might well be very suitable. But look it up for yourself and just see. You know, because like I say, it's in Australia. I looked it up. I think it's over the counter, and it's not one of those. It's not actually a drug. It's a supplement.
And you can jump on Discord and post links to stuff in the science room or whatever, and give recommendations. Our Discord group is in our website link at the very top there, or in the About tab.
I have got a Discord account, but I haven't used it in a life.
Alright, so you just log into your Discord account and hit the plus sign to join server, and you scroll down to the bottom. You can then post the invite code in. We've got it in brackets on the About tab of Google, where you can just type in the 6 code, and then you can join our channel and talk to us anytime you want to.
Oh, cool! I might just do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I just thought I'd make contact, because I'd really like to see your channel really gain some traction, because we're just drowning in disinformation in all the major areas. Ufology is awash with grifters, and so is the political dimension. And you know, it's going to be interesting this month though, because the so-called Trump's Truth social media platform is going to be rolled out. Might be a bit late because Trump is late for his event. So, but you know, that's going to be good, because at least you'll be able to do a video without worrying about it being demonetized or being banned or whatever, unless you really are going over the top, you know. because I don't think it's going to be entirely. I don't think you'd be able to go on there and make a video saying, kill all policemen or anything. I don't think he's going to be that crazy to allow that.
So we've got a side chatter asking us here.
Yeah, truth seekers, right?
Two lots of questions here, is it? Let me just get the first one up.
Is he
what's
on
your
about
opinion?
a group that's called Truth Seekers? It must be a channel. Somebody who has a channel called that. Because
that's Steve Cambian. Steve Cambian. Truth Seekers. That's his channel. He's got a disabled kids, mental disabled kids.
Oh, I don't know anything
and he
about
lives out.
this guy,
He likes living out in a cabin.
Uh-huh.
He's a magician, and he's been into all sorts of things. He's tried music videos, music band, acting.
Yeah.
He's a jack of all trades, and now he's into ufology.
But
I think he got sick of all the charlatans trying to say they can fix his son, and he started up his channel about that, I think, and eventually he saw stuff on UFO charlatans and started hitting on Good and all the other ones there that are making up BS stories.
Yeah.
So what's he on? It seems to only go for frauds that are low hanging. He's gone after the bigger guys, which is a bit more risky because they got money to sue you. He has been sued by slander and so on. So now he's a wee bit more careful.
See, I suppose in theory he could be genuine, because I can see that if you can see through a fraud and you call it out, fair enough. But maybe he hasn't seen through the other ones.
Yeah, like what you said here, though. Like all big channels, they tend to want to team up with the bigger channels to bring in more subs, right? The only way we can get subs is other big channels recommend us, right? You see, I hardly grow. All mine's been natural growth, right, for 6 years. And some of these alt media ones down here have only been with 3 years or 2 years or 1 year. But you can see people are subbing to them on these different platforms. It's not just Google. But I did actually ask Steve not to go on GUFONS show because he's promoting frauds. And by going on GUFONS show, you're sort of trashing your own reputation and also ruin the stuff I do to expose these guys. The liars, they have to be liars. I don't think how anyone can say that this guy hasn't hoaxed anything in the last 5 years, when I've got evidence of 2 that he has done in the last couple of years. So
is that Truth Seekers who's on the screen now? Is that who he is?
No, that's someone that probably watches him like I do occasionally.
Oh, right.
But he mostly goes after goes after Good mostly, and Wilcock and people like that. Someone has to do that though.
Wilcox is just I think Wilcox is low-hanging fruit, but some people, have got degrees coming out of their ass actually believe in this.
So I actually did ban him in Indigo. I did ban him for a while, but then he seemed to do a tech piece on Third Phase of the Moon and GUFON, and seemed to change his mind. But I think maybe that may be an act. I don't know.
Well, GUFON I don't know anything about either, but because like I say, I've only.
Well, no one knew about GUFON, but he was actually on Spaced Out Radio for years, and he started doing a channel that had been sitting around doing nothing, and he put up videos of wearing teeth, and now he's blaming people using his video about his teeth in to make fun of him. Well, why were you doing a live stream with no teeth in the first place? It's your fault, mister.
Crazy. God almighty,
he's now blaming them. They're being kids. Well, he was being a kid. He was acting like a redneck. He was pretending to be a redneck without any teeth in. It serves him damn right. He's a hypocrite. Now, today I've just shown how he contradicts himself all the time in the same segment. Oh, it's a soap sud. So now at the end he says, not too sure. It might be a critter, So that's how you sort of playing both sides, a debunker as well as the fantasy-driven person.
Oh, you were talking about portals earlier, weren't you?
Portals, yeah, it's fourth dimension.
Do you think? I mean, do you think there's any kind of evidence that they actually exist?
Only from what I've heard from eyewitness accounts of seeing UFOs enter portals. So there's got to be some truth to the science of it. Mm.
See, I can imagine, like with a black hole, for example, where you've got almost unimaginable amounts of energy locked up somewhere, where you could actually have something called a wormhole or something, because you might have enough energy to actually warp space to the degree where you can create that.
Yeah.
But, you know, like on our planet, under more or less normal conditions, I think that's a big ask, unless there is another way of warping space where it's not entirely, you know, that we're looking at gravity the wrong way, for example. So yeah,
you probably have to watch more of my past live shows, and I break all that down.
I think I'll have a look at that, because it's a fascinating area. Because I'd like to think that there is an answer. You know, there is an answer to getting to these faraway stars. Because it's a damn shame to be just limited here when there's so much real estate out there.
Yeah, I think the way to do that, though, is through multiverses. Like, there might be another universe attached to that galaxy on the other side. And to get to it, you have to go through 3 other multi-universes through portals.
Well, that's
the
where
portals, but the problem is everything's based on Einstein space-time, which is wrong. Because it allows time travel and all that sort of nonsense, and time only moves forward. But like I said, the multi-universes could be in different ages, right? We could be one of the most advanced universes out there, and none of the other ones have got life in them yet, or whatever. You know, we just don't know. There's more answers, more questions than answers, I should say.
Well, there is, because the one theory that I know about is that because of the quantum phenomena, one of the many worlds view that I know of is that all options are enacted, which is just mind-boggling, because that almost means like there's practically infinite universes in all directions.
I think we had a hint of a portal in the Navy footage. Remember, they come out with some other stories after, not just the 3 videos, but one of the pilots said that a cube inside a sphere went past them. To me, that sounds like what you would call the dimensional door between multi-universes, where it's sort of trying to open up and come in.
Right.
So that might be a hint that what they saw was something about to pop out, so to speak. But we don't know. A lot of people have talked about these openings happening up like Jello, and it's like putting your hand in, and it opens up and the UFO just slides in and then it closes up again, like in the atmosphere. They see it with the stars, but when the hole opens up, they can see all these flying cars, which are flying saucers in whatever world that they're going into. So in the future, we're going to have flying cars, probably, right? What we see on the roads will be...
We should have had flying cars by the 1980s, according to what we saw in Tomorrow's World in the 60s.
Yeah, I think it's not too far away now, though. I think next few years they might be trusting it in the skies, and they might set up fly signs wherever it crashed. It wouldn't really matter. They would probably start off with some taxi services and to show people that if it goes wrong, by having a camera inside, and how it'll float down and be safe and all that sort of stuff.
They might actually start it off as being totally automated to prevent people from going wild, as it were. It'd be very hard to control it. I mean, it's bad enough with the aircraft in the skies now, where they open it up to the average family person having one of these things, and everyone is allowed to drive their own. It's a logistic nightmare from the get-go.
No, they'd have to be computer-driven, I'd say. But
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it'd be like airline pilots where they sit back with autopilot, you know.
Yeah.
But there would be an option to override it where you could manually override it and fly it down, maybe, in case it got hacked or something. But I think it'd be more like a panic button, and it shuts off the whole thing, and you glide down on a parachute, and then the police come and rescue you, or something like that. It could be done quite safely. You could do it with airships, even, like I said in previous lives. They could bring airships back with helium, which is safe, it won't explode.
There's an aircraft now that has that, actually. A light aircraft that I think it actually has a parachute as well. That if the engine cuts out or whatever, it just drops to the ground on the parachute quite gently. Yeah.
Of course, doesn't mean it's going to be totally safe, though. Oh, excuse me. I had a yawn. This because it's getting quite warm in here now. The temperature's building up in this room here. But it's been raining
I'd
most
better
of
let
the morning.
you go because what time is it in the UK?
Well, we could go over these last two videos here and then shut down, see what's on here, and you can have your say on it if you want to. Join me while we watch it.
Daily basis. So let's roll the first video right here at Third Phase of Moon, and I want to get your opinion. Roll it.
Vean este pájaro, no se mueve, lo estoy viendo yo, está suspendido en el aire.
Okay, so it sounds like Spanish, is it? South American?
Yeah, it sounds like
straight away that puts me in the left field, which is more to be some misidentification versus hoax at the moment, because that's a lot of the stuff is. So at the moment it kind of looks like a balloon, doesn't it? Just hovering there. So could it be a bug in a spider web that he's filming? Don't know. So we'll just keep on watching. To me, it looks like a bird. I think I've debunked this one before. It looks like a parrot on a telephone wire, which we're not seeing. So you got the tail, the tail fin there. You see how I'm starting to think? So I've done this for years, and I've looked at so much now. You got your tail fin there, and you got the body of the bird and the beak looking that way. But anyway, we'll just keep on going. I think they're recycling stuff.
Que alguien me explique qué es este pájaro que está suspendido.
Okay, it doesn't look like it's too high up there.
It's not a big object. I don't think it is.
No, I think it's a bird, and it's hanging on a wire going in this direction. And it's optical illusion. It looks like it's high up.
En el aire, véanlo. ¿Qué es esto, por favor? O sea, la neta, en mi perdón.
So I normally run
vida
that through
había yo
filters,
visto,
and
en mi vida había yo visto algo como
so at the
esto.
first I think,
Véanlo,
why is it so
pájaro.
blurry? He's not outside, he's filming through a window. Could he just painted it on a window? But the way he zooms in here,
Está
I think,
flotando. Está
it
flotando.
can't be something on the window
No se
because
mueve.
it goes
No se mueve
blurry,
el
I
pájaro,
think.
véanlo. No se mueve. Véanlo.
Little
Está
speck on the window. So I think this
Vean
guy's
este
hoaxing.
pájaro.
And knows what it is.
No
and
se
he's hoaxing
mueve.
it.
Lo estoy viendo yo. Está suspendido en el aire. ¿Qué es esto, por favor? Que alguien explique. Que alguien me explique.
It's not focusing on the glass, is he? Or is
No.
it?
No. So it was
so it's not something on the glass itself. It's
get someone
actually
else in the
beyond
house to go
glass.
walking down the street with their camera and see if they can get a closer shot of it. But I bet we don't see it till the end. Like we don't see it disappear or anything. All right. So I think he's being deceptive. So these guys film this stuff and send it into Jamie, my son, because I know he'll put anything on TV and call it a UFO or a critter. And they probably get $300 out of it, you know.
Prendido en el aire, véanlo. ¿Qué es esto, por favor? O sea, la neta, en mi perdón, en mi vida había yo visto, algo como esto. Véanlo, el pájaro está flotando.
In fact, I think I saw a wire then. There's a wire there. Look.
Oh, I saw a wire just then.
Yeah, there's
the return of the
way.
humanoids. Now, this is the UFO that people have been seeing for a long time, and they're comparing it to possibly the jetpack man or some kind of new technology
just trying to see if it moves
that
its
could
head or something, you know?
make humans feel like Superman. Is this what it is, or is this some kind of extraterrestrial craft?
Just as he panned back there, it moved its head slightly and deformed it a wee bit.
Or something easily explained. I'm not exactly sure, but whatever it is, it's locked solid in.
Now, we did actually see a cable here when I was zooming.
Yeah, there was a cable going one direction. Maybe there's one.
Yeah, there
going
was. I saw it.
Yeah,
but you can only get it when the light reflects off it and when he's moving the camera in a certain way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Look how out of focus it is, right?
Yeah. Very
fence line there, tree. That's a microphone on his camera, I think. Or is it? Actually, no, it might be an outside antenna, is it?
Not a street light, is it, or something? A street light from an angle or something, I wonder.
I don't know. Is it stuck on the window panel? Or is it actually outside his window here? Look, it could be a street lamp. It's kind of a strange looking one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a street lamp. I know I did see a wire just then, and I
unless it's a security light that shines on the property, I don't know.
Right. No, I think we're looking at a bird just sitting on a wire, and you ain't going to see the wire from that distance.
Well, it's exactly the right shape for a bird like that. Perched on the wire, it fits the profile.
So he hasn't gone outside to say, well, this is what it looks outside.
Yeah.
Let's do a 360 view and see where all the lines of the thing see how high the lines are. That would be typically where a high mast light would be, and you'd have a wire going between them or whatever, you know.
It's not
its proximity. It doesn't move. And we're not hearing any kind of prop propeller blades
move,
whatsoever.
Slightly.
I'm going to have to deny it's a kite. Look at the leaves below. Not an indication of wind, but this thing is just...
So we've got another question. Do you think third phase is just shilling for money, or are they potentially on the take from some bigger organisation? Well, look, I was just theorising there. If you had a channel that was doing lots of disinformation, that's sort of covering up your own black ops project, you were somehow funded by getting some
distraction. Yeah,
you hire some civils and say, look, you want to hire money, watch this channel for us, comment on it, interact with it, and we'll pay you, and we'll give you money to donate to it, and that's why you could get money in an indirect way, right? And still be government funded, but you can deny that you're government funded. And of course, you would be none the wiser. I could have the same happen to me. I could have someone start sending me $500 bills to buy equipment to study the skies, but I wouldn't know they were part of a government organisation that were trying to keep me going.
I think the answer is that both are operating. I think that there is probably some backing by three-letter agencies for some channels, but I think others are just motivated by pure greed, you know.
When you listen to their story, what's their story? They were interested in ufology, which is very strange for people that were meant to have a visitation when they were kids. Now, if you have a visitation when you're kids, you're going to be well and truly in ufology, and you'd be joining every group under the sun to try and get answers, wouldn't you? And see if there's anyone else there that had the same experience, right? And talk privately at first, and then you start up your own channel, and then come out, so to speak. But I think they're just pure shills, and so is Tyler. Tyler wanted money quick. He wanted to do a mockery of ufology, He started putting up fake leaker videos, also photoshops. A lot of it's been deleted now, of course, and that's how he got big. And then he started sending it off to the magazine, UK rags, then got onto TV and all that sort of stuff, right?
We used to have Bufo, I think, in the UK. Is it Bufo? This is going back years ago. Nick Pope, I think Nick Pope was part of it for a while. But he's just a shill as well now, as far as I'm concerned.
He's out to make money, of course, off it. Of course, you got to, eventually you're going to run out of stuff to talk about, so you got to start making up shit, right?
Exactly.
Unless you are really on the inside. If he's really on the inside and getting leak information sent to him, he'd keep on going honestly with it. But eventually he would be shut down by the Men in Black, of course. So it wouldn't last too long. I don't know. I don't care too much about Mick. I know he's been called out on OK and book preferences for a story that was totally fake. He didn't even bother doing research on it to see if it was a real story or not. It was all it's just a fabricated mess. So someone brought him up on that. Why would you accept money to write a preface for that book when it's a complete lie? So he's been caught out a few times like that.
You'd probably get about $3,000 for just turning up and speaking for half an hour. Maybe more.
Yeah, that's why they'd like to do these conferences in America. It's good, easy money. Travis Waltons does 50 a year sort of thing. He does a minimum. He does a minimum of 24 up to 50. I think the COVID probably may have limited that quite a lot. So they started to find other ways to make money with the virtual conferences, right? Where you pay.
Yeah, the virtual one, £60.
It's just another scam where you don't learn anything. You hear nice stories and sci-fi fantasy, but you never get any answers.
They'll paint you pretty pictures that has nothing to do with reality, but they'll give you a pretty picture.
Now, I could go outside and film this kind of crap they're showing here, birds and all that, and just get the right perspective and reflections of windows and just put it up every day, and then I'd have a really big channel.
Focus and you won't see the wire. Which is probably why we're not seeing the wire.
Third phase are not honest people. You can see they try to hold back laughter every time they do an analysis on a video. They probably say something, and then as soon as they say cut, they're bursting off laughing and try and get it out the system. Then they do the next one because I know it's all lies, you see, and they're getting away with it. Now, to me, that would be fine if they did that, even burst out laughing on live. If they were doing it for entertainment and just making a mockery of all these frauds that are doing the same thing, right? Saying, oh, it's not balloons. No, it's definitely a humanoid, when you know it's definitely balloons, you know. Area 503 was doing that with someone, you know, when he was trying to grow his channel and get subs, right? He was sucking in them, saying, oh, no, it's definitely not balloons, when he clearly, when you throw it through proper enhancement filters and cut out the glare and all that, you can see it's a collection of balloons joined together, you know.
It's like that one you showed earlier, the street, the mass lights, and he was going on about it. Oh, it must be CGI because it's too high. It's like, has he seen how high some of these masts are? The guy's an idiot. It was clearly, you know, that's what it was. It was just lights on a mast.
Yeah. Bonzaro has joined us, or made a comment. I'm not sure what he's meaning.
Good.
You could have a secret incognito channel to do that. Yeah, I believe they have got multiple channels too, just in case they lose their main one. That's why they set up third phase. Remember that they got a shock when they lost monetization for a week. It turned to be a glitch in the system, unfortunately. But as soon as UFO Man lost his monetization, he just lost all steam and started not putting up any of these junky type videos like they're doing here, and claiming it's to be a UFO when it's actually long exposure with a plane flying past the Saturn or whatever, you know.
Hanging tight. Brett, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, this
See how they talk? They sound like they're talking to children. And hey, Blake, and then you can see the laughter. You can see literally see the smile on their faces as talking, right?
This is wild. Check that out. What this is a big question. Yeah, this thing just remains static up there. And what's happening in the South American region has me wondering what's going on down there. Are they working with new technology, or are we looking at something otherworldly? That was a great close-up right there. It gave some really good detail. It almost looks like a bird just frozen in the sky, but that's not the case here. We're looking at something that's...
See, he knows what it is, but he'll, like all these frauds, they know what it is, and they'll go around in circles, you know, just like GUFON did with the soap bubbles, right? Oh, no, it's a critter in the sky. No, it can't be soap bubbles. I must be wrong.
Really unexplained. A glitch in the Matrix? I'm not exactly sure. Some people might be speculating that right now in this live premiere. But as I look at it again, I'm still baffled of exactly...
Hey guys, so how many times have they recycled this video? Because I know I debunked it months and months ago. And I think I even saw the cable the bird was sitting on and all that sort of business. But anyway, we did see it when we were zooming up there before. But just skim on.
That thing about satellite debris that went on for years, wasn't there? I forgot the name of what it was.
It's amazing what they can drag out. They dragged out S4 for God knows how many episodes, and that monolith that showed up in Arizona desert. Was it? I know, Utah desert.
Oh, that gateway thing.
Yeah, it turned out to be a practical joke.
It was an artist, wasn't it?
Yeah, artist that was putting it around for his grandmother. And he was putting it in certain places in the world and then going back and taking it down. Blah, blah, blah. But they dragged it out saying there's eyewitnesses. He saw it coming down, lighting up the engines. Yeah. Bullshit. Have you done a background check on this guy that's claiming this?
An eyewitness who happens to be a friend of David Wilcox.
Yeah, he's part of the he's part of the advertising campaign for it. So come on.
Ufology subject matter at all. They just got lucky in the right place at the right time. And then somebody told them, hey, share that video with Third Phase of Moon. That's why we received these videos pretty much.
Yeah, see if you can fool them with that piece of crap footage. Let's have a laugh later and have beers, shall we?
On a daily basis from around the world. That's why the content is so high.
That's all we got.
But I don't think people do send it in. I think they probably work with people to fabricate stuff to send it in, personally. Yeah. I think there might be the one or two person that does a prank on them just to see what sort of crap they believe in and accept everything, because they kept saying they don't accept everything, right? From what we're seeing, they accept everything. Dots in the sky. They even showed dots in the sky on a thermal where it looked like it stopped, but actually because it disappeared into a cloud cover, we didn't see that it actually did stop. It was actually still moving and come back around again, you know, and then they said, oh look, it stopped and it's now going in a different direction. Birds don't do that, you know. It's misleading.
Thermals can create tremendous illusions, can't they, from a distance, for sure.
Aliens do not exist, someone says on the side. Well, I wish I was that sure of it.
You've got to have an open mind.
Yeah. Why would we be the only people alive in the whole universe by ourselves? It's a very lonely universe, if it is.
I mean, there are things on Pluto, for example, that we've never seen. But that doesn't mean that Pluto doesn't exist. With whatever is there. Same with Neptune and the other far-out places that we'd never even seen until recently. But they were there, you know, those gas clouds and those frozen, you know, whatever they were there all the time.
Yeah, so you need an open mind, but you need to be critical thinking too, and you need also some basic understanding on camera artifacts, and science does help a bit, you know, and just basic science, you know, mathematics and stuff where you do calculations, like we were trying to work out how far the car got in space and all that. You know, anyone can do that. Instead of just guessing, so you can try and calculate it out. And you can. Google was really, we didn't have when we were kids at school, but would have been a great resource to learn from.
Bloody hell, yeah. An entire global library.
Yeah, it's like all the information in the world on there, and you can get access to it. But unfortunately, now they're trying to control it, which doesn't work with me, and they're trying to censor it. Like, if you try to find my episodes, over 800 of them, you'd be lucky to find one. And that shouldn't be allowed. You know, it should be indexing all the words in the description that describes it in the episode, because they try to be descriptive. And people want to find stuff on ancient aliens disproven, and up pops 5 of my episodes in the search. You know, that's how it should be working. It should be natural.
Because there's no real. I think Microsoft Bing has its own search engine, but that's pretty much deep state as well. That's not going to give you everything you want, and Google definitely isn't. So. And DuckDuckGo, people talk about DuckDuckGo, but it's still using the Google search engine in the background.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's basically only 2 real search engines of any real
that's right.
strength, and that's Google and Bing.
Yeah,
and they both.
But they probably do the tricks for you, where they try and rearrange it back to normal. You know, by putting in filters and then adding the listing of Google back into theirs. They might have theirs,
because you don't know how deep the filtering is. You know,
that's right.
Don't go getting it before it's filtered, or is some
obviously it's getting from Google as well, which I'm not sure if they're allowed to do that. I know you weren't meant to do that. Like, they call it like scraping data and stuff like that. I think you have to have like a contract allowed to do that with an API call or whatever. And you pay for it, so he's probably is probably paying Google, you know.
Oh yeah, they'd have to do.
So let's look at the next one.
So let me tell you guys, I need to take a close look at this latest UFO video just in. I'm kind of baffled. Watch this.
So should you really call it a UFO video? This is the latest UAP would probably be, you know, UAP would be better because it's unknown thing.
Aerial phenomena.
But UFO always puts that terminology alien. Regardless of what they say, UFO means alien craft. So I reckon they need some way, this latest object in the sky to analyse. Let's see what we think. You know, that's what maybe they should say. Okay, so what are we looking at? Looks like one of those advertising UFO balloons, you know. Let's have a look. Has it got a flashing light on it?
Yeah.
Now, this doesn't get much better than this in regards to UFO phenomenon being caught on
so
video.
That looks so much like a UFO balloon.
It looks like
with some flashing lights on it.
It doesn't last very long, but as we're enhancing it and getting a close look, you can see that this craft is quite large. Looks like it's hovering over a building. You can see the light strobing underneath it, but it has the typical disc-shaped thing that you would kind of see in the old Vimana days. This seems ancient, this vehicle, whatever it is.
Okay, do we see it fly off? You know, it could be
CGI.
CGI.
Bring in some Sanskrit mythology there, isn't he, with the Vimana BS?
Yeah. It's padding out the fantasy for the people.
Why is it the world?
Fantasy.
Yeah. Yes, it does look like a UFO. So you put it on the list as a UFO alien craft is on the list, but then again we do know there's balloon shaped like that too, so that's on the list.
Yeah, that's
it's got some strange flashing lights on it for some reason, which almost looks like it could be an advertising blimp even.
Yeah. Well, we don't know
so it could be a strange advertising blimp.
It could be a lot smaller than it's made to look.
And does the video show us it doing some crazy maneuvers and then flying back to the same spot? Does it fly vertically upwards at impossible speed, or does it simply end?
News picking up on this. I don't see any indication of CGI. I'm actually thinking this video is legit. Is it too good to be true, Brent? What's your thoughts? Looks like smoking gun footage to me. We're going to delve in this a little bit more and see if we see any signatures of CGI. I'm seeing this popping light that's kicking off of this craft, and everything seems to match. The camera shake and everything. Even the eyewitnesses seem to be on the right level about this sighting. When they saw something, they're very...
So, again, that should also be added to the information, right? So if there's other people, there's going to be other video angles of the same thing. That proves that it's a real thing, for starters. So far we only got one video.
Excited, and I would be too if I saw something like this. This is unbelievable footage. There's a couple pauses. We're trying to enhance it at points. We don't see any manipulation. This is incredible. It deserves a follow-up. It's great, isn't it? When the people submit the UFOs, when they see it.
So red flag, we didn't see it fly away. Okay, so straight away we can say that's garbage, right? So, and will we get a follow-up of it? Unlikely. And these guys never do follow-up on any of their videos. GUFON doesn't, even when he's wrong. He doesn't say, guys, I was wrong. This is the actual raw information. It was an Atlas 5 rocket. We don't see that from these channels. If they're credible, they just don't do that. They just go on to another topic.
There's only one flashing light, and that could be a simple Christmas light.
That's right.
Put on there to make on a toy or something, you know.
You know, so what I'd normally do is see enhance that, see if it's actually on a post. It could be something
actually,
like
again, it's so blurry. It could be on a wire because the picture isn't sharp enough to pick up that level of detail.
No, this could be like a little even balloon in front of the camera, using forced perspective, right? And it's out of focus as well there, but is everything else in the same out of focusness range? Possibly, so maybe it is at the same distance. But we've seen these before with the helium advertising balloons.
True.
It's a good way to get people's attention nowadays. You know, they think, oh, UFO. And then they get closer to it and then it says, buy Coca-Cola down the road. Helium balloon.
UFO balloon.
Helium balloon UFO. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, that should bring it up.
UFO hoax was a Soviet experiment. So not sure what that is, but anyway, we'll just carry on with images up here, and we get all sorts of balloons that look like UFOs.
The second one is a bit deflated, but yeah, there we go.
I think that one's got the right.
It's got the right shape
and roundness. We need to. Yeah. Have we got a better shot of it here?
You stick a Christmas light on the bottom, and you're there.
Yeah. That's right. And just
flashing Christmas light.
You could buy those from China.
Yeah.
But it's not the only one. There's all sorts of ones that are very similar. There's another advertising one.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. And there's another one that's...
Oh, there we go.
You know. I'm not sure if it's the same one.
So,
here's another one that's deflated. I suppose that's one there too. A foam UFO. Another one there.
The smiley face one.
There's one of the big ones. There's the big ones.
Yeah, that's right. So you can get them big anyway, so, you know.
Yeah.
It could still be, you can see.
I did find a place that had a whole variation of them, but I haven't got that web link anymore. I should have bookmarked it. Here's one here. You kind of. There's actually got RC motors on it underneath it, so that one moves around.
Radio controlled, yeah. 6 meters. That's 18 feet, isn't it? At least.
Yeah, it's quite big.
Yeah, that's quite.
Here's one that's got slightly different detail on it. Space station inflatable. I'm not sure if it floats. I don't see why you couldn't put helium in it and float it. There's an octopus one. There's a smaller one, is it? Oh no, it might be the same size.
That's a decent size as well. Yeah.
But I have come across a site that's got a whole heap of them. They're all different, certain amount underneath, or it's got nothing, it's totally flat underneath, and it's got a bubble underneath, and it's got 3 bubbles underneath. There's all sorts of variations the Chinese do. But here we go. This one looks like a flying saucer too. Outside an amusement park. You know, if someone cut the lines, that's off, and people would be on the news. Like this up here, you see.
Yeah,
there's another one that's actually got attachments on it. And that's actually a hot air balloon. That looks like a UFO. So that's another possibility. It could be a hot air balloon. We just can't see the thing underneath, and it's far away behind the house, you see. So it's another possibility. So these are things you got to think of first before you call it UFO. Here's one that's more round top and bottom. And it's an advertising one. You see, some have rounders on, some of them don't.
The thing is, why would it be hovering where it was for so long? Because it didn't look like there was anything special.
Abducting someone, like they would say. Here's one that's got a way, and it's floating off.
Yeah,
you can see the Teffer coming down here, broken off probably. But yeah, there's another one with RC on it.
Interesting.
Here's a blimpy type one, which looks like that. A lot of it turned out to be weather balloons as well.
Well, let's put it this way. It's far more likely to be one of these things than it is a craft from another star.
So you must be like 5 in the morning over there, are you? 4 in the morning?
Yeah, I guess so.
I better let you get going. Anyway, it was.
It's 4 in the morning. No, I'm okay. It's weekend here, so I don't mind.
Okay, so we've got another one here that kind of looks like it could be a blimp in the distance, or advertising blimp, or something like that, you know. So let's play that one.
You could even sell it in the cigar shape, couldn't you? From the side.
It looks like it's moving slow, like an airship.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like it's coming down
like
an
a
angle.
balloon.
Looks like it's going against the wind too, so that's probably the Goodyear blimp. We just can't see the writing on the side of it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But also, when you pan around, I think we're looking at the sea there, so it could be a boat on the sea, right? Pan back again.
Ah, you can see the horizon.
Yeah, you got to be careful of false horizons, you see. It could be he's on the right angle looking down on the sea. And it's actually a fishing boat.
So I've seen things like that before.
Yeah. So we're being conned here. Probably it's probably a boat, like a tanker ship, you know, coming in.
Yeah.
Now, when we're looking at this, once again, it reminds me of what we put up last night. A typical cylindrical shaped object in the sky.
We haven't looked
Some
at
people might
yesterday's
call
one,
it
but yesterday's one he had something similar, which I'm pretty sure is a ship. Because if you zoom in enough, either.
Ah, yeah.
If you zoom in enough, it may look like a blimp or it may look like a ship. And you might be able to see the angle where the stern is. But yeah, that's so out of focus. It could be either still, you know. It could be a blimp, it could be a ship on false horizon there.
You know, if this was taken like 15, 20 years ago, I'd accept this resolution. But if this is taken within the last few years, most smartphones have far better cameras than this. And nothing is in focus, so the whole thing is suspect.
Because they leave it on autofocus, and it only gets something close to them.
Exactly, and it's all of it is soft as hell.
They haven't got what you call a wide-angle lens where it puts everything in focus. You want a smartphone that's got, like mine. Mine's got a wide-angle one, which is really good for sky watching. But when you do up close or someone that's a few feet away from you, it switches to one of the other lenses, which is how it should work. It's very clever. For $150 New Zealand, which is like $80 US, right? So it's pretty good for the money.
I've got
Well, I
one
am
from
getting
China.
a
It's in
coloured
the
night
light.
vision security camera to try that does 4K video.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
there's lots to do
that's going to
yet.
take some then.
We're
You're
st-
not going to
it's
get that on 64 gig.
The cigar-shaped UFO, but right now I'm not seeing any kind of cabin underneath or any tail on the end, and even blimps have to have FAA lights. Hazardous.
But we zoomed in there. The quality
Comparison to
wasn't
the
there.
pole there, I see it drifting from left. I
Accidentally
think I would
clicked.
see it through the silhouette a bit more. See that
I
point?
just want to go back because it looked like C there when I was zoomed in before.
Yeah.
When he zoomed back out, and it looked like C. I'm not sure if I can get it again.
My feeling is that this is deliberately soft, so you can't tell. Because I just can't see what kind of crap camera is of such appalling quality these days.
See, if you got fog, low line fog out to sea,
Yeah.
and you got low cloud, it's going to reflect off the water, the cloud also.
Yeah, yeah.
And the horizon could be there, right? And we just don't know. That's
Yeah.
when you can run it through filters. So let's see if we can actually solve this one by doing that with some filtering, which these guys are
that's a
clearly
good
not going to
idea.
do, right? We might be able to see a line that's going just above it there, which proves that there's a horizon there. So we select the area, something like that. Save it. And we might be able to colour swap some of those whites to other colours, and it might show us something that sort of looks like a horizon. Oh,
Yeah.
I have to move again because I'm hurting. Let me just readjust myself. Oh. Look, I got this lump on my back. It might be a ball. It hasn't sort of shown itself. It's super
That's why
painful.
I was thinking of the NAC. Yeah, that's why I was thinking of NAC, because I think it's good at handling stuff like that as well. It's an excellent antioxidant.
Oh, well, I'll just post it on the Discord and I'll have a look into it sometime.
Yeah.
Okay,
anyways.
A lot of stuff we can't get in these of course. Okay, so we saved that now, did I? Oh no, it hasn't popped up on the other screen. So I'll save that and we'll open it up and see if we can see a false horizon. First thing you look for, I guess. Open it up in paint.net.
These are very useful tools.
Yep.
I'm used to using offline editors like the GIMP and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah, so you can look around with the brightness, contrast.
Yeah, that's good.
And straight away we're starting to see some cloud, aren't we?
Yeah.
And are we starting to see a payload underneath it now?
Yeah, the back end by the looks of it.
Okay, so that's just using the basic filters. So that doesn't give us any answers. So you can see it's way overexposed, and we can't see any of that cloud cover because it's all the same color white. Well, it looks like the same color white to our eyes, but not to the computer. So let's swap them to different color ranges and break it up even more.
Interesting.
And we might be able to see, there you go, straight away. You can see there's multiple clouds there. And I'm still not seeing any horizon there. So I can't see a false horizon, but it definitely looks like cloud cover. Now, so if he adjusted his phone settings, you might be able to see that cloud and that level. You got a cloud with a cloud in front that are different whites, obviously, but the camera's not picking it up. But I can't see, is it a false horizon? I'd like if there was like another colour going across here, and like this cloud here, and then this one was actually a slightly different colour blue going all the way through, then I would believe that was a false horizon. So I don't think it is the sea. I think it's probably an airship. And we just can't see the details. It's moving like an airship, and so now we can put that to rest. We can say it's not the sea. I'm not looking down into the sea. But
No,
there
it
is
does look
another
like
one.
clouds.
They've got another one. They did yesterday. Let me just bring it up. I'm not sure if they're going to do a side-by-side comparison there, but we'll just bring up the other one in another tab. And that was that one here, I think.
Welcome back.
I'll just skim it just to see if it's the right one. We've still got more to go
Bodies
over.
of water,
Oh, here we go.
I think kind of CGI.
Yeah, it looks like the same thing.
It does. Yeah, that's identical by the looks of it.
But again, let's take a snapshot of it and run it through the filters and see what pops up. And we'll grab that portion this time. See, it could be one of these phone apps that actually puts a blimp on there too, right? So it could be faking a UFO, right? So you've got to always keep that in mind too, that it could be one of those apps. So there's so much things in ufology where it all goes wrong because of people that likes to pull pranks, you know? And it's really annoying.
Well, I've got a reface app on my phone, and it will put your face onto a famous actor's face in a video in real time, and it is flawless. It's scary what they can do now with video technology, digitizing.
So looks like this one's a bit darker than the other photo.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start to see all the different layers in the cloud, but is there a horizontal line of fog going across here? That's the question. See, that looks like the other one now. Overexposed, right?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. So we can start mapping all those different color whites now. And we can start to see all the different cloud shapes and patterns. But are we seeing any clues where it's actually part of the sea, where it's reflection? Does that look like the cloud's reflection of water there? Or does that look like a cloud behind it? You know, so you can see here it kind of looks a bit more smudgy. Does seem to be like a line there, where below here is more smudgy looking, like it's a reflection. See that there? Goes right across. Here it looks like part of the cloud, but further down it kind of looks more like it's just below there. Reflection of the cloud on the water. So I think that's a false horizon one. It's
interesting. So that is a ship that's on the sea though, isn't it?
Yeah, see how it's got a shape here happening with the whites? That's what I'm looking at. It looks like a reflection there, like reverse reflection of that bit there. You see what I mean? Although it's not clear, obviously the sea's moving. It's going to be washing up and down.
It's a very odd shape, that actually.
It kind of looks the reflection of the cloud up there, of the cloud on the water down here.
I mean, a blimp like that would have lettering on it, wouldn't it? Because why would it be that shape?
Okay, so you can get these blimps that you can hang off fishing line off. So it could be a fishing blimp. You see this one.
Right.
And these people here are actually controlling it.
So it's like a kind of a kite.
I see, blimp, where they're just tying a line behind it, and then they grab it and pull it in, see if there's any fish on the end. But to me, it's very hard to know still. Let's keep playing around.
So that would be
to me, kind of, there might be just a sweet spot where the horizon shows itself up really good. if there is one.
See if I can find anything.
Sometimes you do get something that's really obvious, but this one's pretty hard. Obviously, there's a line going across there,
Oh
but
my
then
God.
is that then suddenly a fog line?
I just did a Google for fishing blimp, and there's
you found
quite
one?
a lot of them.
Yes,
I'll
you
give
can see
you
what I
the-
mean now. But that's what you
Yeah.
get for years looking at this stuff. It's all in my head. So I can look at things
Yeah.
and say, well, it's obviously either trickery with false horizon.
Yeah.
But this one here, it's not too clear cut. If it is, I still can't see any sweet
Well,
spots.
the quality on both shots is roughly the same. Both heavily soft, low in detail.
I'm just trying to see if we can see reflection on this side of the water here, of the clouds above, and then that proves that is the real horizon here.
Okay.
Maybe I should have grabbed more of the picture, but here we go. There's part of the cloud here, and there's the reflection of it. Look. So that proves to me then that this is actually the horizon here.
Yes.
So that's got to be, that's then in the sky as well. So now I've just proven that it's not a boat on the water.
Yeah.
So now I'm happy. I'm now happy to say that's actually up in the air. Okay. Because I found the clue. I found the clue was needed. You know, that spot there on the clouds, reflection there. You just needed one enhancement. That little mess there is obviously that little mess there. That little cloud there. So yeah, it's probably a fishing blimp. But if you watch the video of that one, kind of looks like it too. It looks like they're controlling it. They're moving the boat.
Exactly. Again, there's a boat there, isn't there?
That was
a
the
boat
cut.
there.
Let's watch this once again. We've seen cigar-shaped craft over bodies of water. I think this is a Pacific Ocean. And the trick is, Brent's telling me right now that it is confirmed off the coast of California. Thanks for that. Is that a Coast Guard vessel out there as well? I'm not exactly sure what kind of ship that is. But the question is what kind of ship is levitating in the air, moving from...
Yeah, I don't think we can quite hear you when the video's playing. I think maybe your mic's a wee bit low too. I'm not sure how it's coming up on Google, if people can hear you okay. But we'll find out when we play back. Normally you can adjust your mic there, but I think it's close.
Let me just check, because I might have turned it down.
I know that I've got some controls here, but probably stuff it up. Oh.
I've turned it up a bit. But
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's louder. I know I can check it here somewhere. There, the volume. I can turn it down if it's too loud, which is handy.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, it is.
Not sure if it now talks over Blair or not. Let's try it.
Right to left here.
Talk.
They actually held the camera pretty steady,
Say
so
something.
you could get a good look at it. And I'm not seeing any kind
You're
of
not saying
cabin
anything.
underneath this, or any kind of tail coming off the back end of the craft.
Okay,
So I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, so you're at the same level as me now, so that's they're probably hearing you a bit better. But it doesn't matter if probably adjust it too late in the episode anyway. But people can turn it up and listen to you.
I'm
so
just
you
looking
want
through these fishing blimp things. Yeah, it
found-
does look like.
fishing blimps.
I'm actually using, he calls it Quant, sorry. I'm using Quant, which is using Google, I guess, in some roundabout way. But I'll share my... Yeah, you're getting more or less... You see, you're getting more or less the same results, although I'm supposedly using a different...
browser, search engine, I mean.
Yeah, browser. Yeah, it is the same search engine underneath.
I know you got fish and sharks, as I call it, a little submarine that goes into the water and waves and goes out to sea, drags the hooks out. But you got also fishing blimps, and here's one here. I think shaped like a fish.
Most of them are shaped like sharks, but I think I did see one that was more like the one we were looking at. Let me just go back and see if I can spot it.
Yeah.
Because that really did look like a cigar shape, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Goodyear one that looks more like it.
It still could be a Goodyear blimp that's hidden on the way, because it does fly over the coast in California there, and it still could be.
Because that's more like a cigar shape.
Like that one there.
The Goodyear one. Yeah. Yeah.
The quality's not there on either of those videos to say either way. We're talking about a few pixels, it's just garbage. But we know they're in the sky now. Definitely not false horizon.
Well, that's what makes me suspicious, because the quality is so low. Maybe it's made low on purpose, so you just can't tell what it is. If you raise the quality a bit more, you'd probably be able to spot what it is exactly very quickly.
You got this one here. It flies around your house. A shark. It's a good idea. I think it's only like $20 to buy it.
Yeah, that one. You just scroll
that one
down past.
Robotic
that
fish.
one. And just above that one, there was another one that was more cigar shaped as well. There is a few. Yeah, there we go again.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a fishing blimp. We need one that actually looks like it's outside being used, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. People use various types of balloons anyway. Here's one here. Hyperponic rocket fish, robot fish. So that just flies around.
Hypnotic
robot. Yeah, it flies around the sky.
Freaking out David Wilcox fans.
Yeah. Yeah, so any blimp could be used for even advertising, say, like a tourist boat, and you're dragging it behind, right? And it's in the sky saying something, dolphin watch or whatever, phone here to book. All that sort of stuff happens.
Yeah, sure.
So you could say fishing advertising blimp, right? Yeah. They'd probably be able to find something where someone's actually doing that. Or balloon even. It could be shaped like a fish, make it more interesting.
Yeah.
So we tried balloons.
Or even cigar-shaped blimps.
And there you go. They got some shaped like a fish. Fish.
Exactly.
All advertising on the side. They got regular blimps here. There's one that looks like in the picture, And there you go. And a big carp, or whatever it is, above a boat. Another one that looks like a silvery fish that you can tow along.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Anything out there is possible.
That is very true.
But the other thing you also got to remember is sometimes it could be banner planes as well. So is that a banner plane that's slowly being towed? So that could easily be a banner as well. So that should be on the list, and that could also be a banner plane as well. We're just not seeing. We're not seeing the white. The white plane would be like a little dot and mixed into the clouds here, and both of these are white clouds. So you're not going to see the Piper plane, right?
I'm putting into your chart. Or where's it gone? I've lost the chart now.
Yeah.
I've lost the chart. I'm trying to share a link with you because I just did a search, cigar-shaped blimp, and I scrolled down the results page, and I found one exactly the same shape.
Doesn't mean it is though, but it doesn't. We can rule out it being aliens though, because now we've got something that's sort of comparable. You see what I mean?
No, it doesn't. We're working with probabilities. We're still working with probabilities.
If the cameras were better and zoomed in, we'd know exactly what there was. So my gut feeling is that's something to do with fishing.
The Goodyear blimp. People might dismiss this trying to get a closer look on this.
So if that's a banner plane, we can rule that out now, because I think in time that should have moved a wee bit more.
And see.
But you can see here, it's not. It's actually snapshots, so it could be moving. Not actually seeing a video.
See any kind of
navigation video?
Lights on this, or FAA
it
lights.
could be
I'm
a
not
video.
seeing any of this.
Is it moving? Oh, they got it really
and
slow.
Even blimps are required by the FAA to
look,
have
now it's fast.
anti-collision lights aboard their vehicles, and I'm not seeing any of this. Some people might also say that it looks like a Tic Tac, but according to Fravor and some of the other pilots,
that's slowly moving towards
larger.
them.
And then again, this is a dark shade, not the white Tic Tac as we all know.
It's like they're
it,
winding it in.
In my opinion, that's because of the
it's like a helium
direction
balloon.
of the
They're winding the hooks on
the craft itself. Brent, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. This thing's pretty much darkened out by the sun's setting itself. I'm going to throw one more thing out there. Could this be maybe a banner being pulled by an airplane? We've got some really good close-ups right here, and we don't see anything tugging this. Whatever's moving, I'm thinking it's moving on its own flight path. So what we're looking at here is...
I've just shared the link with you. I finally found
I think this hasn't shown up here.
Hasn't it? Oh, that's weird. I just posted it. Has it gone?
It could be. It could be. Did you put enter? What happens is sometimes it doesn't send, and it says it makes it thinks it's spam and automatically hides it. Won't need to send it.
I can see it on my screen. It's centered it.
If I make you a moderator, then you should be able to send any link without any restriction. Whereabouts are you in the list here? Can you just say hello underneath your link?
Hello? Oh, yeah, sorry. Type hello, you mean?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, there we go.
And it should show up in the side chat if you're connected. Not seeing you. It's not popping up.
Maybe it's lag or something. Yeah, it could be lag.
Oh, here we go. It's
there it goes.
up. That's how far behind it is. So you're talking to me in real time here, and YouTube's way behind, right? So now we can make you a moderator, and now you should be able to post any link without censorship, hopefully.
Okay,
as long as it's not too long.
Again.
Yeah.
There we go. I've just posted it again, so it should show up in a second or three.
Yeah, it should do. And you should have a spanner next to your name. Not spammer, but spanner.
Spanner, yeah, I got you.
Well, it looks like it's not happy sharing that link.
Well, the hello showed up, which surprised me. Has it got a thing about, does it filter links out, do you think?
Yeah, if it's too long.
I'll put hello again. And if it shows the hello, then it must have censored it.
Even though I made you a moderator, you shouldn't be censored. Did you hit hello again? It hasn't shown up.
Wait a minute. It's showing it. Oh, no, it's because I'm looking at my screen.
Oh, here you go. The other hello's come up, and now you're blue as a moderator.
Yeah, so it is it's filtering it.
If you get rid of the HTTP in front and www.1 in front, generally it'll let it go through. Then you can just copy and paste it.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll put it in.
Another way to get around it is if you right click, instead of saying paste it as text. That way it converts it into another format, but it looks the same. And when you hit enter, the bot doesn't detect it as a link. It sees it as text, you see.
There, I've done it. You just need to put HTTPS and / type crap.
Well, might even need to do that actually. We'll just see if it works.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it should do it automatically.
Yeah, it might add that in front. Here we go.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's got the right that's what I thought. More or less.
That's I'm not too sure. Glowing object witnessed by thousands of people. Is it a... Yeah, it looks like it's one of those clear what you call it, solar tubes. You get one of those. You get those clear solar tubes. They're normally black or white because they're made out of rubbish bags, right? But this one here looks like it could be a clear, maybe with some blackness in it, maybe even solar tube, so it heats up and just goes. Oh, here we go. I got it further down here. So who's that?
The one we just saw looked more like it, didn't it? Because it was.
Yeah, so it could be something like that. That's what they use, like fishing balloons. If you do fishing balloons, you'll find some people doing all sorts of things. Someone said if you go to the west coast of Los Angeles, some fly Mickey Mouse balloons and they've got hooks hanging off it, and all sorts of things. You know, all sorts of clever things they're using to get past the barrier waves. You know.
If we could see in the first video whether there was a ship, because that might help to confirm it. You can't see because the trees might be hiding that part of the...
but we saw it like a load of clouds coming down here.
Now,
we didn't see,
when we're looking at
didn't see two colours.
Once again, it reminds me of what we put up last night. A typical cylindrical shaped...
I think this one's a Goodyear blimp, and that one there's like a RC controlled blimp that the fishermen are using, maybe towing some lines behind it. You've seen them. If you Google it, you can say RC blimp, and you can see exactly that one on video being flown around. I'll let you do that. Yeah. Just type RC blimp in at some stage, remote control blimp, and you'll see it'll be this. You can get from couple of feet to 20 feet to 40 feet in size, and then remote controlled.
That would be pretty convincing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So let's just keep watching this.
Object in the sky. Some people might call it the cigar-shaped UFO, but right now I'm not seeing any kind of cabin underneath.
Could this be a blip? A possibility?
Looks like it's changed angles there to me. I reckon that's a Goodyear blimp. This one looks like it's got some sort of tail on it here. There's no way you can see a cabin underneath that because it's just not got the quality. Look at this, how blurry this.
The tail on it, that's a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it turned. And again, look how blurry and horrible this piece of crap is, you know.
Yeah.
And that looks like it could be something on a power line, doesn't it? It looks like a lamp. One of those wide lamps that go between poles, you know.
Like I said, if this had been taken, say, in 2002 or something, you could say, the cameras were crap.
Okay, it looks like it's moving, but doesn't mean it's not one of those robots they have on power lines that moves along by itself doing power line checks.
It's all moving. It's very slow.
Yeah, it could be just a regular helium balloon that someone's got wrapped around the power line and they're gradually pulling it in and it's going towards the power line. It won't explode because it's helium, of course.
Yeah, that's true.
And again, it sounds like it's in Mexico or South America, which is very dodgy to me.
Yeah. I think they've made quite an industry out of UFOs over there. Quick money for them, you know. They can get some Westerners to pay them some.
I think it's made Jamie, my son,
so
very
let's roll
rich
this
man.
video once again, and what I'm happy about is that we have multiple eyewitnesses of the same object, and people were confused of what they were looking at in the sky, and they're really smart enough to pull out their camera and not always shoot in periscope. They actually hold their camera at a horizontal versus a vertical angle, and I really like the horizontal look. Don't be doing those TikTok videos when you shoot UFOs, kind of like this one, you know, the periscope shot. It's definitely good evidence, but if you have a chance, just shoot in horizontal mode so we get a bigger picture on the UFOs. Landscape. But that being said, this is definitely a UFO. Kind of looking at it in comparison to the pole there, I see it drifting from left to right, horizontal action so right there, guys.
Hang on, did this say someone actually had another photograph of it here?
Going left to right, that sounds like it's tethered to something and being swayed.
Videos when you shoot UFOs.
Yeah. I'd say it's really highly suspect. It's moving way too slow to be alien craft.
Yeah. Exactly.
And here's
Looking
another
at something unexplained.
That one looks like it's one of these crazy balloons again. That use in Mexico.
That just looks like a toy, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
It looks like one of those crazy Mexican balloons that they use at festivals with different colour spikes coming out the sides of it.
Pinata type thing, isn't it?
There it goes, behind the trees. It almost looks too good to be real, but I'm ruling these as
It's probably on fishing wire again.
Authentic. No CGI going.
And they're winding it down so they can play it with it another day.
Here, it's pretty wild with the spike UFOs on the rise.
Yeah, so let's see if we can find that one actually in the database.
It's probably a toy being made.
Let's see, Mexican probably is it? I'm not sure what location it was.
Yeah. Let's see what did he call
Mexican
that
spike balloon.
Porcupine,
We'll just put that. We won't put helium in because anyone could fill up a regular balloon with helium anyway and have it float up.
That's true.
Crazy balloons they have. Cactuses. Here we go. There's a spiky
one.
one.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
But that one's too pointy. That one, we want one that's got bigger and floppier things. But if you can get something like that, then there's obviously going to be
tubes, spiky tubes, than the...
Yeah, tubes. Like someone's got long tubes and they're just wrapped them around the middle and made up their own one. You know what I mean? The long tubey things.
I don't think it's big enough to be a craft as such.
Look, here we go.
Yeah,
a bigger one.
That's more like it.
Do it yourself. Oh, there you go. They're called pinata.
Do it yourself pinata. Yeah.
Oh, that's the thing you punch. Yeah, but it doesn't mean they don't have it on a balloon as well. Okay, let's just keep on going.
Oh, there's quite a few, isn't there?
Oh, look at this one here. What's that doing? Well, I assumed it was Mexico, but let's get rid of Mexican and just put Spike in and see what else comes up. That one come up straight away.
Starfish type thing. That's more like the starfish.
Yeah, it could be a starfish, octopus.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Someone out there will know what it is. Festival balloon. It'll probably even be on Scott Brando's. We didn't bother doing a search on his page. He's probably got a picture of one.
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah, but these guys that put up their videos, they never do anything like this. See, I like doing live debunks, but a lot of people haven't got the time to sit in and join in and just join in with the suggestions and stuff. I don't know why, because it's a weekend I do mostly in. And they've got plenty of time to drop in, just relax and have a look at the videos and try and debunk them and see if there's any real ones.
Even Nick Pope was like that once. And the original ufologists were very thorough. And they used to take pride in it. Because they used to take pride in examining the evidence as closely as possible. The exact opposite of the David Wilcox, because they would try and debunk it for sure.
Yeah.
And that's what's gone missing. So this is why, guys like you are now very much a minority, sad to say. You do the work,
Well, these are tube balloons where you can just wrap them around the middle and create one of those spiky things.
It was more like that, wasn't it? It was like a tubey thing.
Tubey thing.
Yeah,
whether someone made up one, that's possible. Or did it especially to film it and send it into third phase and get a laugh.
Yeah, it could be all made, no problem.
But yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to go now. It looks like dinner's coming up, is it?
Good for you. Good for you. I'll be having my breakfast soon anyway.
Second one, I'll have a burger. I was asked if I want a burger, make a chicken burger, which I like to do.
Chicken
quite tasty. Yeah, or I'll just have chicken, mashed spud, and green beans, which is what other people in the house like. No, I'd rather do my own McDonald's type burger, and they're quite tasty too.
Yeah, especially slap some cheese on it as well.
Yeah. It's especially New Zealand tasty cheese. It's really hard to get overseas, I know, but it's fantastic.
That's good to know.
I thought I would have gotten hold of one of these spiky things that someone's done, but it's probably buried under results there.
Yeah.
But to me, that's what it looks like.
I might do some research on that.
Yeah, we're
tomorrow.
Yeah,
just wondering, could it be a?
So that's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to get people there to go out and research, and if you can't find any other thing that looks identically pattern matched to it, then you could say it's something abnormal.
Yeah.
But here, it looks like we've got maybe a weather balloon.
Drone suspending some kind of object. I'm not exactly sure. Guys, what's your thoughts? When it comes to UFOs, this is kind of, again, rock steady, static in the sky there. Just slight motion, but again, not undulating in a way that would indicate a balloon. This is kind of interesting. That's why we're sharing it with you.
They keep moving it around, don't they? Yeah, there it is there. Again, it could be one of those. Yeah, it still could be one of those solar balloons that's up on its end, right? A white one this time.
I wouldn't say that was a proper craft of any kind. It's too ephemeral.
No.
It could be like a balloon thing.
It could be a short, what we call a short contrail. And what looks like it's going vertically is actually flying horizontally. It's because of the angle of the camera upwards on it, and it's actually a plane. And that's just part of a short contrail where it doesn't last very long. But I don't know. I think we've come to the end of our wits for today. Looking at this garbage. I think we've seen that one before, is it? Teddy bear balloon or whatever?
Yeah, that's definitely a toy-looking thing to me.
Yeah, aliens flying around having a Mickey. The aliens got a sense of humours, Good on them. I hope aliens do have a sense of humour like an Englishman.
I'll tell you what, they'll need it if they meet us a lot.
Okay, this first one is quite interesting. So have a look at this one. Let's see what you think. It's a blurfo video. Means it's all out of focus. A spud cam type video.
Or an airplane. This orb is tremendous in its brilliance of light right now. And again,
straight away, I'm starting to think that's a makeshift airfield, like a RC Toy Club or something like that.
Yeah.
Where they're sort of flying around these sort of huge models that they fly around, can be like 10 humans long. It's not. It looks like the real thing. So it looks to me maybe it's like people standing around with torches there.
Oh yeah.
Are we seeing people that are out of focus? Looks like people there. Is it a shrub? Is it people? They've got hand torches, and is it like?
Again, the quality of the camera is
shit. It's from Russia,
apparently.
apparently.
But I've seen better footage even on the dash cams.
Yeah, I know. This is obviously not.
It is very low light. It's very low light, so I'll give them that. That tends to give you.
Well, we'll keep watching it. But at the moment, as I'm seeing how that's moving, it could be something on a makeshift RC runway or whatever.
It could even be car headlights.
Yep, it could be boy races in Russia meeting up.
Yeah.
Again, illuminating on the surface itself and just kind of hovering there. The dogs are kind of enjoying the snow, maybe oblivious to what's going on.
That sort of changes things as well.
Let's watch it again. We're going to get a closer look.
So is this an RC plane coming in for a landing?
Let's have a look. Roll in this live premiere right here at Third Phase of Moon. There's a lot of drama.
Really good focusing, guys.
People going after people and trying to suppress information, especially UFO Twitter.
Look how out of focus that is. That's just garbage.
That their ethics have really dropped over the past couple years.
Okay, so is that a person standing there? Are we looking at a person's back here?
Yeah.
Is that people crouching down there on their knees and looking down at toys on the ground or something? Or is it trees? See what I mean?
So,
It kind of looks like people.
So appallingly out of this
focus,
again.
isn't it?
What makes me, it's what makes me suspicious when it's so.
Exactly. It's sort of got a red flag automatically.
What's wrong with these guys? But anyway, we're back to this video, looking at it very close and seeing it in full detail here. This is actually pretty clear. Look how bright it is. It's lighting up the field beneath it.
They're full of shit, aren't they?
Yeah, this
They're
is
so
wild.
full of shit.
Like, this is great footage. You see the dogs running off, and she is actually humming and whistling to herself the X-Files theme, because what she's seeing is something amazing. I like the way this just approached the camera. At first, I thought it was maybe.
I've never seen such blurred footage in my life.
But then it did this bank to the
That's
right
just
there,
terrible.
and you could notice it just kind of descends slowly with this bluish, hueish light. It's awesome. We've seen these orbs like this for decades, but this is.
It's really frustrating now, Phil. And you can see why people laugh at us.
Look at this thing. It's just illuminating the ground there, and.
See, that's another possibility. You've heard of these helium balloons they use for construction sites, and they use it for lighting, and they can have it up as high as they want, and they can wind it back down again. And this could be like a building site with people working around it, and that could be one of these helium building site ones. So if you type that in the search engine, say helium balloon light, they got them on tripods like these ones here, and they also got ones on tethers where they can move it around quite easily, and LEDs can run off a battery inside that helium balloon all night long without having to have any generator up to it. And some of them actually do have a tether going up to it, which has got the power cable going to it as well. So could be something like that.
What's going on here? Is Russia pulling off new technology? Are they experimenting?
What's that there? What's that there? It looks like a tower of some kind, and some smoke coming out of it. That's a chimney, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
There's a chimney there.
That definitely is.
That wouldn't be near an airport, would it? That looks on the far side of this tree line here, and all this looks like on this side of the tree line.
Propulsion that we're not familiar with.
Propulsion,
Brian,
helium.
I'm wondering the same thing, and also maybe it could be a natural occurrence. Is ball lightning what we're seeing?
Bullshit. Ball lightning only lasts
biological in
20
nature,
seconds, and it's a
plasmic
blue
field
color, I
of
think.
It's
like electric spark, even, you know.
But then again, I'm really happy that people across the planet are interested in the phenomenon, and even on a cold night, if these people weren't out there walking their dogs, nobody would have seen this. So
lighted helium
this is very
well, that guy's not
in
interested. He's walking
UFO
away.
Videos come into third phase of moon. It's basically the
see, because those people are walking along paying no attention to it, they know exactly what it is. It's some sort of festival or sort of get together going on. If it's in Russia, you could say Russia Ice Festival or something and see what comes up. And you never know, it might even have those balloons on it. So that's how you do research, right? Russia Ice Festival. I've never done that myself. Let's see what comes up, but we'll see.
I've just put another link in without the www. HTTP stuff. That's a helium spherical balloon. It's an advertising link.
Okay, so they do some ice sculptures, and they use different lights to make different colours. They make it illuminated, different colours.
Some of those have got fantastic UFO potential.
They have indeed. Yes. So could it be like this?
The ones we've just seen.
So could they be starting to build things, and they've got these outside helium lights? Possible.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a range of them, but I sent one that was exactly spherical like that and had the right illumination.
Yeah. Well, they have got the round bits on top. And they've got people standing around looking at it, which the other pictures seem to have.
But then again, any point of light will look spherical if it's soft
And
focus.
especially if it's overexposed as well.
Exactly. Because it was trying to give you the impression it was a big orb. It could be, in fact, very, very much smaller.
You got a pussycat face, have you? Okay. Let's just bring that one up. And yep, could be something simple as that.
Good light. Yeah.
Portable lighting. Yeah, got pictures over the side here. They use them on construction sites now.
Yeah, you saw one in the air there, didn't you? Yeah. So they definitely do exist, that's for sure.
And let's skim past that one. It looks very suspect to me. It looks like people moving there.
Kind of CGI hoax going on here, but in my opinion, this is 100% legit. The question is, what is it? With that being said, let's roll the next video right now. Amount of time, kind of making the rounds. Here's another one that's kind of.
Actually, wasn't it on the other video as well? Yeah, it was on the other one. This is again.
Close proximity to the person who's shooting it. And I don't know about you guys, but if this was kind of approaching me, I'd be definitely pulling out my camera, but I would be kind of.
You know what? It could be a top of one of those palm tree balloons. It could be like the palm tree leaves where it's sort of blowing up out of someone's garden. And it's sort of coming down again. They use helium in them to keep them upright. And it's lost the weight that keeps it anchored down.
That's a pretty plausible explanation, actually. But it's definitely looking like a balloon, that.
Yeah.
Agenda in close proximity to me. This is pretty bizarre. They want us to share.
And we're back to the one we saw earlier, where it stopped and went the other direction, is it? I'm not sure if that's the one or not. But I think we're going to leave it there. I got dinner up now, and you got bedtime. And I think we've debunked it. We debunked it pretty good tonight, I think. And that
was
the disinformation is more than real stuff out there, unfortunately. Again. But I kind of like debunking stuff and looking at stuff, and sometimes I get a video that I can't debunk, and I have put those up on the channel, but I can't put up the full video, unfortunately, on some of the really good stuff, because for the reason the guy doesn't want it being public. So what can you do? We got 2 frames of it.
Because if you put something up that you can't debunk, with your reputation, that carries a lot more weight than, say, somebody like David Wilcox putting something up. Because he's utterly destroyed all his credibility already. And this is where it's all topsy-turvy. It's guys like you who have the credibility, but people who don't use their head or listen to guys like David Wilcox, it's so topsy-turvy. It's ridiculous. Anyway,
yeah, I know.
It was fascinating.
I know. I have a couple of degrees, and I've taught in university, and I've run CAD camps, so I know all about how to fake things and what people were doing back in the 90s. I know it's progressed a lot since I was doing that sort of stuff, and I haven't kept up with it, but since I started my YouTube channel, of course I can keep up with it all.
Well, the positive thing I would say is if we can find some people who have a much higher profile and a dedication to, the old spirit of ufology, then that's a good way of getting the message out, because they could invite you onto their channel. And the Bob Lazar stuff and what have you would be fantastic, because so many people are still taken in by all that. It would be good to kind of, get some real debunking going.
Yeah.
Anyway, That's for another day.
You know, that Bob Lazar where the guy pulled apart all the interview of the same thing said on every interview and how it changed every interview is just hilarious. You know, that alone just proves that he was fabricating the story and wasn't keeping to the true facts all the time. Because if you saw something in the sky, you're going to describe it the same all the time.
Yeah. That's why liars need good memories.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to drop you off now and have a good breakfast, and I'll see you again in the future. But hopefully the weather clears up and I'll do a sky watching one next and see if we can catch our own UFO in the sky. You never know, because they're meant to be silent, and they just fly over us and we're not even paying attention. The claim.
True.
The triangles just hover there and then zoom off and you've missed it. Damn, why was I sleeping? Man,
okay,
it would change your life though, wouldn't it? If you saw that now outside your window and you want to know the answers, because it'd drive you crazy. You want to know, is it us technology or is it aliens? And we're still not going to find out. So you still won't be any better off, you see. Sorry, I interrupted you just as I was talking.
Well, I was going to say I saw something in 1971 or 1973. The only problem is...
Oh, hang on, your microphone's dropped a wee bit in volume.
Oh,
that's better.
Is it
that's
still
better.
Yeah,
that's better.
I saw something in 1971. It was about 3 a.m, walking back home from my mate's place. And it was over a cemetery. I was walking past a local cemetery, and it wasn't very high up.
Right.
But I'm not ruling out that I completely misapprehended what I thought I saw, because I had a change of consciousness as soon as I saw it. I just went into a state of what I thought was clarity. But it could have been a psychic trick where I was seeing something that I wanted to see, and there was enough visual information in that split second for me to project onto that what might not have been entirely there. So
there's a possibility that you can get a EMF burst that creates an image in your head for a few seconds, and you think you're seeing it with the eyes, but actually your brain is actually assembling it in part of the same optical nerve region. They can do that in experiments in labs, so it's a possibility.
I did tell my father about it at the breakfast table the following day.
But you may have just seen aliens from another universe pop in and then pop out.
Well, the effect of my father was very interesting, because he acted with real fear, genuine fear. He just said, "Oh, they're ours, they're ours." Now, my father had a very interesting job at the time.
Sounds like he's not told you everything in his life. It sounds like he may have been abducted, because when you hear that...
His job at the time was he was driving around bits of nuclear missiles for Anti. I don't know if you know them, for Anti Brothers. They used to make parts for guided missiles and stuff. And he'd be doing things like delivering certain components to nuclear missile bases or driving UAPs around. And here's the killer bit. He always drove alone in an unmarked white van. Nothing out of the ordinary, no escorts, nothing. He just had a special card to show the police. So if he got into an accident, he just flashed out at the cops, they would let him go.
Right.
Basically.
Wow.
So he obviously knew things I didn't, but
he probably hasn't told you everything as well.
No, I don't think he was allowed to.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like my dad. He's got secrets in his past and RAF and what he did in the radar stuff. And so, and he only mentioned about an underground base not long ago. Okay, I got to go. So I'm going to...
Okay, mate.
I'm just going to bring up my end credits, and I'll drop you off here anyway. See you later. I'll just close that down too, and end credits. And we'll see you again in the future, guys. And hopefully it will be less debunking again, and more into research and credible cases. I probably won't play the full end. Shutting down the Matrix studio. Good night, Kiwi. Normally I'd say good night in the side chat, but I'd have to lean over. Thanks for everybody that joined us. Thanks for joining us on the live chat. It always makes it better. And hopefully more people will join and be brave enough to do the same in the future. So I'm just going to end it there, guys, and be careful on the roads.